Chapter 2732. Hearing Ling Zhao's provocation, the third sect elder's expression turned ugly. If he accepted the challenge, he would be bullying the weak. Even if he won, it would be dishonorable. If he lost, it would be even more troublesome. But if he didn't accept the challenge, would he really allow this brat to be so arrogant? All right, third sect elder, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Isn't he going to the demonic book hall next? At this moment, the first sect elder spoke. There were too many people here, and it would be too ugly to lose. However, if they were in the demonic book hall, where there were fewer people, it wouldn't matter if they lost. I'll listen to Big Sister. The third sect elder took a deep breath, and then announced loudly. Ling Xiao, the Red Witch, and the other 8 people have obtained the qualifications to be promoted. Among them, Ling Xiao can go to the demonic book hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the wasteland resounded with thunderous cheers. Amidst the thunderous sound, the entire wasteland rumbled as if an earthquake had occurred. Countless people began to shout, looking at the proud youth in the wasteland. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to prove that he was worthy of this name. It also proved who was the strongest among the middle disciples. It also proved that Ling Xiao was absolutely qualified to become Chen Bai's last disciple. Originally, Chen Bai would have to spend some time to resolve the unwillingness in the hearts of the dragon cult disciples. However, Ling Xiao's victory this time made everything logical. The reason why things could go so smoothly was because of his strength. In this mystic world where martial arts were respected, only strength could be the most convincing thing. Hearing the frenzied cheers and looking at Ling Xiao standing there, who else but him could do it? Yin Shan and the Red Witch's expressions were very ugly. At this moment, Yin Shan's right arm was already crippled. The anger in his heart was surging and burning. He wanted revenge. He wanted revenge no matter what. Ling Xiao, just you wait. One day, I will let you know that I, Yin Shan, am definitely not easy to bully. I will make you pay the price in blood. These words were said in his heart, but he suddenly noticed Ling Xiao's cold gaze looking over. He understood that gaze. It was a warning. But he wasn't afraid. He couldn't be afraid. The physical pain from this failure was secondary. The psychological blow was the most serious. Ever since he came to the dragon cult, apart from not being accepted as a last disciple by sect leader Chen Bai. As for everything else, it was completely smooth sailing. Among all the middle disciples, he was definitely one of the best, an influential figure. No matter where he went, he would attract envious and worshipful gazes. But today, he had been completely destroyed by Ling Zhao's unreasonable strength. The pride of the past also fell apart at this moment. Perhaps from today onwards, Yin Mountain would no longer be able to raise his head among the middle disciples. His past worship would become ridicule. People were people. For someone as prideful as him, this was simply unacceptable. He had thought about suicide. But he was unwilling. How could he die like this? Before he died, he must let Ling Xiao taste the same pain. Definitely. In fact, the more proud a person was, the more they were regarded as a genius, the more fragile they were. The higher they climbed, the worse they fell. This was the kind of person who would fall. Once they failed, they would have very extreme thoughts. They couldn't bear the huge difference. They would either be unable to recover from the setback or become mentally twisted. Yin Shan was the latter. Compared to him, the Red Witch's behavior was a little strange. His originally unsightly expression instantly turned bright red. There was a fiery glow in his eyes. It was as hot as her martial soul. Ling Xiao! Since you defeated me, you have to take responsibility. The Red Witch was that kind of woman. She had an attribute called cheap. The stronger a man was, the more she liked him. This time, she was mercilessly defeated by Ling Xiao. Not only did she not hate Ling Xiao at all, but she also fell madly in love with Ling Xiao. Of course, at this time, Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about what those two people were thinking. He only knew that now that he had become the first candidate disciple, he was qualified to enter the demonic book hall and obtain the demonic dragon's phantom. Walking out of the field, he directly found Chenbai. Master, now I'm qualified to go to the demonic book hall? Ling Xiao didn't have time to rest because he knew that he had to hurry. On the road of martial arts, if you didn't advance, you would fall behind. In the distant capital of the Qin kingdom, there was a young man who was not inferior to him and was also working hard. He was working hard to kill him. How could he dare to slack off? Okay. Let's get that thing first, in case there are more problems. Chenbai nodded and then took Ling Xiao to the demonic book hall. When the three elders saw this, they didn't care about the injured Yin Shan. They casually asked people to send Yin Shan to the medical hall, and then went to the demonic book hall. No matter what, they had to stop Ling Xiao from obtaining any supreme martial arts. The current Ling Xiao was already strong enough. If he were to obtain that supreme martial art, how would they be able to suppress him? Ling Xiao obviously didn't understand the three elders' thoughts. He followed Chenbai and soon arrived in front of a heavily guarded hall. The demonic book hall was filled with a strange and eerie aura. As expected of the dragon cult's library. It indeed smelled like a demon. The number of guards in the demonic book hall was probably the highest after the cult leader's hall. And the quality was also very high. The strongest guard leader here had reached the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. The other leaders were also at the early or middle stage of the 11th level of Hell. Even the ordinary guards were at the 10th level of Hell. They were probably the backbone of the dragon cult's disciples. From this, it could be seen how important this place was. I won't introduce the demonic book hall. Since you're a reincarnation realm martial artist, you naturally know what's in the sect's library. Although the names are different, each sect's library is more or less the same. The only difference is the strength of the martial arts and the number of them. Our dragon cult's demonic book hall has 100,000 martial arts, from the early gold grade to the third heaven of the immortal grade. Most of these martial arts were snatched from outside, so it's not too much to call us the dragon cult. Chenbai was a carefree person. Ordinary people wouldn't admit that they were demons, but he didn't care. The wars between countries are also plundering. If this is a demon, then this world has probably been taken over by demons. Ling Xiao said lightly. Kid, you're really to my liking. Ha ha ha, let's go. I'll take you in. The martial arts you want are in the deepest part of the demonic book hall. Chenbai laughed and walked into the demonic book hall. Chapter 2733. Ling Xiao was Chenbai's last disciple and the first place of the substitute for the upper position. The guards of the demonic book hall would not stop him. However, trouble was always hard to guard against. Just as the two of them were about to step into the demonic book hall, a voice came from behind. Leader, please wait. The voice was gentle and seductive. Without looking, he knew it was the middle-aged first elder. Ling Xiao frowned. He had already obtained the first place of the substitute for the upper position. He had the opportunity to enter the demonic book hall and obtain the supreme martial arts technique. What else did the first elder want? What's more, all three elders were here. This bunch of fellows really didn't give him a good time. The three of us pay our respects to the leader. Although the three elders had long regarded Chenbai as an opponent, they still had to be polite on the surface. Before they completely fell out with Chenbai, they still had to pretend to be subservient. What are the three of you doing here? Do you have something important to report? Chenbai stared at the three elders with an unpleasant expression. If Ling Xiao could guess it, he could naturally guess it as well. The appearance of these three old guys meant that nothing good was going to happen. Sect leader, we are here for the magic dragon's phantom movement technique, the first elder said. What? What do you mean? Are you not going to give the demonic dragon's phantom to Ling Xiao? Chenbai's voice was filled with a hint of coldness. Ling Xiao had already obtained the first place of the substitute for the upper position in front of so many people. If these three old guys still dared to stop him, he would not be polite. Although they could already hear the dissatisfaction in Chenbai's voice. The first elder still braced himself and said, Leader, the rules cannot be abolished. According to the rules of our dragon cult, Even if you are the first place of the substitute for the upper position, to obtain the demonic dragon's phantom, you have to display the combat power of the advanced stage of the yin-yang first transformation state. Ling Xiao's combat power was obviously not enough. I would like to suggest that Ling Xiao give up the demonic dragon's phantom for the time being. Anyway, there are many second sky of immortal grade martial arts in our demonic book hall. He can choose any of them. Humph, when your disciple became the number one substitute for the upper position, you didn't mention such a rule. Do you know the consequences of making things difficult for me? Chen Bai snorted coldly. Apparently, he was already a little angry. Normally, I don't want to argue with you, but don't go overboard. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Your subordinates dare not. The first elder, second elder, and third elder all knelt on the ground. If you don't dare, then scram! Chen Bai shouted sternly. Your subordinates' loyalty to the dragon cult can be proven by the heavens and earth. It wasn't aimed at Ling Xiao, but the rules couldn't be broken. Sect Master, you can wait until his combat strength reaches the required level before imparting the supreme martial art to him. We naturally won't stop you. The three elders were obviously going to remonstrate with death. Just like how they didn't want to completely fall out with Chen Bai didn't want to completely fall out with them either. The dragon cult still needed to coexist harmoniously among the three factions. Otherwise, the dragon cult would probably fall apart in an instant. The three elders saw this point, which was why they dared to remonstrate with death. They were sure that Chen Bai wouldn't dare to kill them. Sect Master, please think of the dragon cult's big picture and defend the dragon cult's fairness and justice. At this moment, a lot of people suddenly rushed over. These people were the three elders' subordinates or disciples. There were actually more than 1,000 people. They all knelt there, seemingly respectful to Chen Bai, but in fact they were threatening him. Good! Very good! Are you trying to force me? Chen Bai's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. His murderous aura was boiling in his body, ready to explode at any time. What if I insist on imparting the demonic dragon's phantom to Ling Xiao today? Chen Bai's voice was full of murderous intent. The dragon cult was built by him. Although his control was not as strong as it used to be, he was still the sect master. However, he was still the sect master after all. The actions of these people truly infuriated him. And he wasn't afraid of anyone. His strength was enough to take on the three elders and 2 vice-sect masters. This was the reason why he could do whatever he wanted. If Sect Master insists, we won't dare to do anything. But has Sect Master thought about it? If you break the rules, then in the future, can we also freely impart the supreme martial art to our disciples? If that's the case, what's the use of the demonic Codex Hall's rules? In any case, the first sect elder had decided to confront Chen Bai today. Of course, she didn't dare to do anything, because she knew that she wasn't Chen Bai's opponent. But righteousness was on her side. If Chen Bai insisted on messing around, then even if Ling Xiao obtained the demonic dragon's phantom, the final winner would still be them. Because Chen Bai would completely lose the hearts of the people. At that time, Chen Bai wouldn't be far from being impeached as the sect master. Ling Xiao stood at the side and watched these people's performance coldly, finding it very funny. Absolute loyalty was written all over their faces. Everyone said that the big picture was more important, as if they were all doing it for the sake of the dragon cult. However, only they themselves knew what was going on in their minds. Sure enough, where there were people, there would be no lack of flies and dogs. Chen Bai frowned. Although he knew that the other party was unreasonable, he was in a dilemma. If he left, his authority as the sect master would only weaken. If he forced his way in, his authority as the sect master would also seriously decline, and the sect would probably not accept him. He was indeed very strong, but if all the sect members united to impeach him, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. Perhaps because he wanted to strike while the iron was hot, the second elder changed his usual smiling face and started to cry. Sect Master! You must think twice. If you are so biased just because Ling Xiao is your direct disciple, then the foundation that you worked so hard to build will be destroyed in a day. You are the founder of the dragon cult. But the rules of the dragon cult were also set by you. You once said that no matter who it was, they must abide by the rules, including you. You have done very well in the past, and the sect members have a lot of respect for you. But are you going to break your promise and slap yourself for a mere Ling Xiao? Aren't you afraid that the sect members who worship and respect you will be disappointed? His ultimate performance attracted the approval of many people. More and more people gathered here, and all of them knelt down. Chen Bai's face had turned ashen. In terms of ability to fan the flames, he really couldn't compare to these three elders. Chen Bai took a deep breath. He decided to do as he pleased. Chapter 2734. In Chen Bai's heart, Ling Xiao was indispensable. As long as Ling Xiao grew up, then he, Chen Bai, would not regret it. Even if the dragon cult was disbanded because of this, he could still rebuild it. Threatening me? I won't let you succeed. You don't want to get up. Fine, then kneel here. Kneel for as long as you want. After understanding the logic behind it, Chen Bai sneered. He was the leader of the dragon cult, and the founder of the dragon cult. How could he be threatened by this group of people? Hearing Chen Bai's words, the three elders were stunned. They really didn't expect that Chen Bai would go to this extent for Ling Xiao. But at the same time, they were also ecstatic. After this, Chen Bai would definitely be finished. There was no doubt about this. Chen Bai, this guy, had made the most foolish decision. At this time, Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Chen Bai's decision. But he couldn't let Chen Bai do this. He didn't want the dragon cult that Chen Bai had painstakingly built to be destroyed because of him. The key was that he couldn't let these despicable people have their way. He stood up and said to Chen Bai with a smile, "Master, it's better to leave this matter to your disciple." You! Chen Bai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. All right, since you have this intention, I'll let you deal with this matter. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao cupped his hands, then looked at the kneeling crowd and said coldly, "Do you know what you're doing?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. Threatening the leader is a capital offense in the dragon cult. My Shizuin is magnanimous and benevolent. For the sake of the dragon cult, he is unwilling to bicker with you. That's why you rascals think you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao said coldly. If I were the cult master, all of you would have to die. If they didn't even care about the dignity of the sect leader, then they could rebel at any time. What's the point of having such a traitor? Ling Xiao, don't slander us. We didn't coerce the cult leader. We were just describing the pros and cons. The sect leader was bewitched by a villain like you. That's why he did something that went against the sect's rules. The first elder furrowed his brows and shouted. She couldn't let Ling Xiao continue. This brat's mouth was too sharp, just like a knife. If he continued talking, those who were kneeling down with them would probably leave in fear. Breaking the rules? Well said. Then let me ask the first sect elder, what exactly did the sect leader violate? Ling Xiao stared at the first sect elder and asked. Don't you understand? Your combat strength can't even reach the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation, yet the cult leader insisted on letting you obtain the demonic dragon's phantom. This is a violation of the sect's rules. The second sect elder rushed to shout. Ridiculous! You dare to question the cult leader's actions based on your own conjectures? How audacious! Who gave you the courage? Are you trying to rebel? Ling Xiao suddenly said coldly. You said that my combat strength isn't up to par. What's the basis for that? Just based on the touch of your lips, do you think you can speak as you please? Do you know that slandering the cult leader is a capital offense? You're slandering us. The third sect elder roared. They realized that Ling Xiao had only said a few words, and they, who were righteous and reasonable, had become unreasonable. And they had even committed a capital offense. The most important point was whether Ling Xiao had the combat strength of the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. If he did, then everything Ling Xiao said would become the truth. If he didn't, then they had nothing to fear. It seems that the three sect elders seem to understand what I mean. Ling Xiao smiled and pointed at the third sect elder. He should be a martial artist at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang transformation. In terms of combat strength, I'm afraid he's stronger than ordinary martial artists at this level. Then this matter is simple. I wonder if the three sect elders dare to make a bet with me? Boy, what qualifications do you have to make a bet with us? The first sect elder shouted sternly. Why isn't he qualified? What Ling Xiao said today represents my opinion. Qin Bai realized that in terms of eloquence, Ling Xiao could be his master. Therefore, he decided to let Ling Xiao handle this matter. Sect leader. The first sect elder gritted his teeth. Since the sect leader said so, then he naturally has the qualifications. What kind of bet do you want to make? It's very simple. I will fight with the third sect elder. If I lose, I will leave the dragon cult and never step foot in here again. If the third sect elder loses, it will prove that you are guilty of framing the sect leader. At that time, everyone kneeling here will die. Ling Xiao said coldly. This was his personality. If he was Qin Bai, he would never let go of someone who dared to defy his authority because of the so-called big picture. Because such a person would sooner or later be a disaster if left alive. You're crazy. Everyone here is a meritorious member of the dragon cult. The first sect elder said sternly. Scared? Fine, then don't compete. But if anyone dares to say that the sect leader is biased in the future, that will be a capital offense. Ling Xiao looked at the first sect elder with disdain. Regardless of whether the other party competed or not, today was his and Qin Bai's victory. If they competed, he was confident that he could defeat the third sect elder. Then these people would never be able to wash away their crimes. As for whether Qin Bai would kill them later, that would depend on Qin Bai himself. If he killed them, it would weaken the power of the three sect elders and the two vice-sect leaders. If he didn't kill them, it would increase his prestige and prestige as the sect leader. Both were benefits. If the other party didn't compete, then today's matter would become that the three sect elders were being unreasonable and had ulterior motives. At that time, the sect leader wouldn't suffer any losses, and Ling Xiao would be able to smoothly obtain the martial arts he wanted. On the other hand, the three sect elders would lose their prestige. Therefore, no matter what, this game was completely reversed. Of course, the key problem was that other than him, no one else believed that he could defeat the third sect elder. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the three sect elders made the most reasonable choice. Kid, you're the one who said it. If you can't defeat my third brother, then get out of the dragon cult. The first sect elder looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. Now, all the problems were back to square one. The root of all this was the problem of Ling Xiao's combat strength. Of course, Ling Xiao said calmly. Although I don't know where you get your confidence and calmness, you're going to lose today. The third sect elder had been stopped by the first sect elder at the preliminaries, so he couldn't fight with Ling Xiao, but he was very unhappy. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was just a kid. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 2735. The third elder believed that as long as he made a move, Ling Xiao would definitely lose. However, as a sect elder, bullying the weak would definitely make him a laughingstock. Now, the first elder had agreed to this battle, and Qin Bai had no choice but to agree. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. He suddenly felt a little excited. No one knows the result until we fight, Ling Xiao said lightly. Sect Master, let's be frank. The one who provoked me is your disciple. If I win, you can't say that I'm bullying the weak. The third elder looked at Qin Bai and said. I've said it before. What Ling Xiao said today represents what I mean, Qin Bai said lightly. He was going all out now, betting on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao lost, he would resign from his position as the dragon cult's leader and focus on guiding Ling Xiao's cultivation. In his eyes, anyway. Ling Xiao alone was comparable to the entire dragon cult. If he wanted to successfully take revenge on the Qin Kingdom's royal family, he had to rely on Ling Xiao. Well, since the sect master said so, I'm relieved. The third elder laughed in his heart. Ling Xiao dared to provoke him, so it was reasonable for him to kill him by accident. From today onwards, Ling Xiao would no longer exist in this world. What an idiotic smile! Are you proud? Ling Xiao saw the smug smile on the third elder's face and couldn't help but say lightly. As he spoke, he had already unsheathed his long sword. However, this time, he didn't use the white jade flying dragon sword, but the Blood Thunder Imperial sword. The third elder was very strong. He couldn't let his guard down. When he killed General Purple Thunder, he used the sanguinary rat move. But today, with the Blood Thunder Imperial sword, he didn't want to use that move anymore. The aftereffects were too severe. As the Blood Thunder Empyrean sword came out of its shell, an invisible sword aura instantly burst out. This blood-red longsword was actually making clanging sounds as if it was eager to drink blood. The Blood Thunder Imperial sword is indeed a good sword. It's a pity that it's wasted in your hands, the third sect elder said coldly. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out. He did not intend to hold back. The strength of a rank 1 Yin-Yang Realm's 11th level of hell was fully unleashed. After all, he was only facing an ignorant child, a youngster that he looked down on. If the battle went on for too long, even if he won in the end, he would probably be ridiculed by others. Therefore, he wanted to end the battle quickly. Are you going to make a move? The people kneeling on the ground all stood up to make room for Ling Xiao and the third Grand Elder. They were still very interested in this battle. After all, one of them was a famous young hero, the number 1 villain on the evilest list. The other was the third elder of the dragon cult, the infamous great devil of the state of Qin. The battle between the two was quite dramatic. Of course, more importantly, this battle was related to their life and death. They could not ignore it. The third Grand Elder looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and said, "Kid, you're lucky to be defeated by me. You won't feel ashamed if word gets out. You talk too much. Let's do it." Ling Xiao naturally would not underestimate the third Grand Elder. However, he would not lose to him in terms of aura. When the Blood Thunder Imperial sword was unsheathed, he entered the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Soul transformation state. Under this beast soul transformation, the power of the Blood Thunder Imperial sword would be even more vivid. Since you're so eager to make a fool of yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. What the third Grand Elder did not say was that Ling Xiao's death was imminent. Suddenly, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was a judge's pen made of cold iron. This weapon was only a divine spiritual weapon, comparable to Ling Xiao's 8 immortal sword, but not as good as the Blood Thunder Imperial sword. However, he did not care. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. In addition, he had rich combat experience and superb martial arts techniques. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. No matter how strong a weapon was, it would not be able to unleash its full power in the hands of a weak person. "Judge's court, I sentence you to death. Kill!" Following the third Grand Elder's cold shout, the judge's pen pointed in the void, and then a strange, death, word appeared in the void. Then, the third Grand Elder pointed the judge's pen again, and the word blasted toward Ling Xiao. What kind of strange martial arts is this? Ling Xiao had never seen such an attack before. To be honest, he was a little caught off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure. Although the martial arts in the world were complicated, they were still the same after all. Although the opponent's attack was strange, it would only be effective when it hit someone. Thinking of this, he shook the Blood Thunder Imperial sword in his hand. Then, a blood-red ripple broke through the air. This move was not strong. It was only a top-tier jade martial arts technique, the Ghost Emperor battle. Ling Xiao's purpose was to test the power of the third Grand Elder's attack. Pfft. When the blood-red sword she touched the death word, it exploded instantly, as if it had encountered an extremely terrifying explosion. How strange! This death word contains such a terrifying power of death and the power of the underworld. The third Grand Elder is really something. Ling Xiao's body flashed and instantly turned into several wolf shadows, darting in all directions and then merging into one. The moment he retreated, the death word exploded on the ground where he was standing. He clearly saw that the ground had turned black. It was the black color of decay. It was as if it had been corroded by something. It's not poison. It's a special kind of willpower, the power of death from the underworld. It can kill anything, including sword chi, earth, and of course, human bodies. Ling Xiao stood more than 10 meters away from the third Grand Elder. He was vigilant and carefully analyzed with the Tai Chi eye. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The third Grand Elder's attack surprised him. Because he had never seen it before, it was difficult for him to deal with. Oh? Not bad, you actually managed to dodge this old man's attack. But can you dodge my next attack? The third Grand Elder sneered and then pointed his judge pen more than 10 times. More than 10. Death. Words flew out at the same time and attacked Ling Xiao, almost sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. If I can't dodge it completely, I'll just counterattack. Dark Shadow Martial Art, Dark Shadow Sword Demon. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who only knew how to defend and not counterattack. He knew very well that no matter how strong one's defense was, as time passed, mistakes would inevitably occur. So the best way was to counterattack after defending, so that the enemy would not be able to act according to his own rhythm. The sword martial spirit behind him bloomed with a bright red light. The tyrannical blood demon dragon on Ling Xiao's back flapped its blood-red wings, and in an instant, his speed increased dramatically. Chapter 2736. The originally pitch-black sword demon had now turned blood-red. As the Blood Thunder Emperor's sword merged with the Blood Thunder, it charged toward the third elder. Boom! The sword demon exploded. The blood-red sword light and the death word perished together. Haha, you're just a kid. Too inexperienced. Amidst his laughter, the third elder had already arrived above Ling Xiao's head. His speed was not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. In fact, it seemed that he was even faster. Kill! The judge's brush pointed again and pierced toward Ling Xiao's head from above. With this stroke, dozens of death words instantly appeared in the void. The violent power of death was as if the god of the underworld had personally descended. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even a warrior at the peak of the 11th level of hell would not be able to get away with it. Facing such an attack, it was almost impossible to not be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not at the peak of the 11th level of hell. But he was Ling Xiao, the one and only Ling Xiao. His combat skills were stronger than anyone else's, and his calculations in battle could be said to be flawless. He could make himself without any weaknesses. No matter what kind of attack he faced, he had his own way of dealing with it. At that moment, his sword essence suddenly rose and his murderous aura soared to the sky. It seemed that even the god of the underworld felt afraid. The Blood Thunder Emperor's sword pierced toward the sky. This stroke was still the Shadow Sword Demon. But it was obvious that its size and lethality were stronger than the previous stroke. With an unparalleled sharp sword essence, it was going to completely tear apart the power of death. Boom! The power of death collided with Ling Xiao's sword essence. Waves of terrifying shock waves spread out wildly. It even contained a strong soul power. If this was not the demonic book hall and there were no defensive formations, the surrounding buildings would have been completely destroyed. His sword intent is actually so strong. How strong must his spiritual strength be in order to condense it? And why do I feel that there is a special energy in his stroke? But even I can't see it clearly. Qinbai was even more surprised. The battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed really broadened his horizons. His sword moves were so precise that they were no different from his movements, and he always grasped the power of his moves perfectly. Even he couldn't do it. The most terrifying thing was the special energy contained in Ling Xiao's sword qi. Although Qinbai didn't know what it was, he knew that it was very strong. Could it be profound energy? Qinbai shook his head casually and said, "Impossible. It is said that only the warriors of the immortal court can comprehend the profound energy. How could he? Even if Qinbai racked his brains, he could not have imagined that Ling Xiao had the help of a sovereign personage. He had already comprehended the shadow profound and the light profound. The reason why he could challenge those above his level was closely related to the profound energy. It's time to end this. 3 rounds to defeat you. Even this old man feels that it's a bit too much. In front of the demonic book hall, the third sect elder smiled. Wisps of black gas were emitted from his body. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were strange inscriptions on the black gas. Those inscriptions were all the same word: death. The most terrifying thing was that he had also released his martial soul. The willow martial soul was actually black. In an instant, it merged with the black death chi and enveloped the entire battlefield. Ling Xiao was like a trapped beast, completely trapped by the cage formed by the countless willow branches and the black death chi. Is it really going to end like this? Qinbai stared at the battlefield. He didn't know what method Ling Xiao would use to resolve the current predicament. However, he believed that Ling Xiao was not an easy opponent to deal with. If he could be defeated so easily, the Qin Kingdom's royal family wouldn't have such a headache. From the information he had investigated, everyone who looked down on Ling Xiao had failed in the end. And they had failed miserably. The cage formed by the willow branches and the black death chi was constantly shrinking. Inside, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that this place was like a small hell. It was as if it was completely isolated from the outside world. And the death chi in this small hell was completely controlled by the third sect elder. It was under his control. If someone was trapped here and couldn't escape in a short time, they would probably face a dead end. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao's face was still calm, but the blood thunder imperial sword in his hand was very violent. The blood-red sword chi was like a storm as it pierced toward the cage. However, this cage seemed to have the power of the earth provided by the willow martial soul. It was able to quickly heal after being shattered. And such a scattered attack had almost no effect on the cage. At most, it could only slow down the speed of the cage's shrinking. He knew that such an attack was useless. Ling Xiao stopped in an instant. He took a deep breath and then put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The Black Immortal Sword and Black Demon Sword that he had sealed for a long time appeared at the same time. 2 swords. 2 moves: Shadow Sword Demon, Transformative Stage. The Black Line descended, Complete Stage. Under the dual wielding, the 2 sword moves were executed at the same time. In midair, the Black Immortal and Sword Demon merged into one and exploded with a terrifying power. They directly tore a hole in the cage and rushed out. That hole, due to Ling Xiao's attack, naturally slackened the power of thunder and lava. Although it was still healing, the speed was much slower. What trick is this? 2 moves can be executed at the same time? Is this possible? It was already very difficult for an ordinary warrior to execute a move. This was because the condensation of the move required the perfect combination of spirit and inner strength. But Ling Xiao was able to execute 2 different sword moves at the same time with both hands. Moreover, these 2 sword moves could be fused together after being released, erupting with an incomparably shocking power. Although the third sect elder was very surprised, he definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to escape from that hole. The magistrate's brush in his hand continued to release the power of death, trying to seal the crack completely. Thunderstorm Art! Lava Storm! Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stay idle either. Since the power of lightning and the power of lava had an effect on this cage, he would naturally not be idle. He simply executed the 2 secret techniques consecutively. As long as the hole didn't completely heal, he had a chance to turn the tables. Kid, since you've gone in, don't think about coming out again! The third sect elder roared and spat out. A black crystal core was spat out from his mouth. Inside the crystal core, black gas lingered. It seemed that the death chi was even denser. The death chi spewed above the hole. It began to accelerate Gale's recovery. This speed was definitely faster than Ling Xiao's destructive speed. Chapter 2737 Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, go to hell! Death cage, trap and kill! The third elder put away the judgment pen and clenched his fists tightly, causing the cage to shrink rapidly. At this moment, he had no intention of sparing Ling Xiao's life. After all, it was Ling Xiao who had initiated the challenge. Even if he accidentally killed Ling Xiao, Chen Bai couldn't punish him. After all, offending one's superiors was a great disrespect. Unless Chen Bai no longer wanted to be the sect leader and wanted to destroy the demon dragon religion, otherwise, even if the third sect elder killed Ling Xiao, he would still be alive and well. Rumble. Terrifying rumbles continued to ring out. The death cage shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside the cage, a frenzied storm of death was trying to kill Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. At this moment, even an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 11th level of hell would be killed here if they didn't have any special life-saving techniques. This was the third elder's strongest technique. It was also the key to his qualification to become the third elder. Seeing this, Chen Bai was a little anxious. If it weren't for the fact that he could still feel Ling Xiao's weak life force, he really would have attacked. On the other hand, the first elder and the second elder revealed complacent sneers. All of this was Ling Xiao's own fault. Did he really think that the elders of the dragon cult were pushovers? The third elder didn't even fear General Purple Thunder. Wouldn't killing Ling Xiao be a piece of cake for him? At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that General Purple Thunder had been killed by Ling Xiao. Inside the death cage, Ling Xiao used the lightning shield to protect himself. His Tai Chi sped up, analyzing the real weakness of the death cage. That's right! The reason why the death cage is so unbreakable is because it contains the third elder's death energy, the will of the underworld god. If he wanted to completely destroy the cage of death, he would have to destroy the power of death and the will of the infernal deity. Looks like I'll have to use my heavenly tyrant martial spirit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer intended to hold back. In any case, the death cage was an independent space. Even the third sect elder had no idea what was going on inside. The tyrant martial spirit appeared behind him. The tyrannical will was unleashed without restraint. Previously, even when facing Chen Tsengxiong, Ling Xiao had tried his best to restrain himself and not release universe of tyrants. Tyrannical will. Because at that time, there was really no way to hide. But today was different. With the help of the third elder, and the terrifying will of the underworld god, he could not only release the sky tyrant martial soul to fight back. It could also unleash the potential hidden in the cells as much as possible. His cultivation would not stop advancing just because he had recovered. If he wanted to become stronger, his cultivation had to continue making breakthroughs. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Boom! Along with the release of the tyrannical martial spirit, with Ling Xiao as the center, a ball of terrifying willpower soared into the sky. This violent tyrannical will could not pierce through the death cage or tear it to shreds. But it could completely suppress the will of the underworld god. In terms of soul power, Ling Xiao was not bragging, but in the entire Qin nation, there was probably no one who could compete with him. The third sect elder was even worse. He was not the controller of the death cage, but he was the destroyer of the death cage. He was an alien. He was the god of destruction. He was a terrifying existence that even the will of the underworld god in the death cage could not rest in peace. Oh no, my will of the underworld god! A trace of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of the third sect elder's mouth. With the will of the underworld god broken, his spiritual sea was also damaged. For a moment, he was actually injured. Although it was not serious, the blow to his heart was very serious. After all, the death cage was his ultimate move. Even General Purple Thunder didn't dare enter his cage of death. His second brother and eldest sister were also very afraid of it. How did this despicable Ling Xiao do it? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Ling Xiao withdrew the domineering will. The potential in his cells condensed into his soaring sword qi, and once again tore the death cage apart. The death cage relied on the will of the underworld god to become unbreakable. Now that the will of the underworld god had been destroyed by the domineering will, the death cage was just an ordinary attack. How could it block Ling Xiao's powerful attack? The soaring sword she shot out from the death cage and pierced toward the third sect elder with lightning speed. Block it! Although the third sect elder was surprised, he was still a veteran and would not be as useless as his disciples. Under such circumstances, he still stretched out his magistrate's pen and drew a shield surrounded by black chi in front of him. Boom! The sword chi hit the shield, and the shield shattered instantly. This was an attack that Ling Xiao had unleashed with the hidden energy in his body. Although it was the same move as the Shadow Sword Demon, it was more powerful than before. In addition, his cultivation was already close to the energy of the early 10th level of the 11th level of Hell. Naturally, his combat strength was constantly increasing. The sword chi shattered the shield and then heavily pierced the third sect elder's elemental energy shield. Although it did not pierce through, the terrifying impact sent the third sect elder flying. The third sect elder could not control his body at this time. He crashed into the wall of the demonic book hall and fell down. Pfft! He spat out another mouthful of blood. Although the sword had already consumed a lot of power after shattering the shield, it was still able to withstand the attack. It could not completely penetrate the third sect elder's defense. But the power it brought was still not small. The third sect elder was still spitting out blood. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would pursue him, so he suddenly got up from the ground. His hair was disheveled and he looked very embarrassed. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in 1 or 2 moves and show off his powerful strength as the third sect elder. But he did not expect that he would be sent flying by Ling Xiao and spit out blood at this moment. He had lost all face in front of everyone. The murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. Good boy, I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know what secrets you're hiding, being able to break my death cage is truly admirable. The third sect elder pretended that he still had a trump card, but only he knew that the death cage was his strongest move. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, he could only rely on his own strength. It was absolutely impossible to defeat him in a short time. But the third sect elder did not have that kind of extravagant hope. Being able to defeat Ling Xiao was his current goal. Third sect elder, can you admit my combat strength now? Ling Xiao looked at the third sect elder and said calmly. Humph, the combat strength of the 11th level of Hell is not just this. With a cold snort, the third sect elder suddenly stepped on the ground with his right foot and rushed toward Ling Xiao in an instant. The judgment pen in his hand pointed again. Judgment of death, ghost strike. Chapter 2738. The third elder launched his attack, and a huge shadow of the judgment pen descended from the sky. The pen released hundreds of black threads, trying to wrap Ling Xiao in it again. Anyone could see that each of the black threads was extremely sharp. If they were cut, they would be beheaded on the spot. Three-headed lava hound beast soul transformation, scorching hell, lava storm. Ling Xiao did not use the blood thunder almighty sword, and he had put away the black deity and black demon swords. He changed his form, and a scorching aura instantly rose in the entire field. At that moment, the power of the lava storm reached its peak. It then blasted towards the hundreds of black threads. A terrifying explosion sounded, and the black threads were burned and burned in the scorching hell. Kill! Ling Xiao roared, and the lava storm passed through the black threads and rushed towards the third elder. At this moment, even though his cultivation had yet to break through, he could already feel it. His counterattack had to start from this moment. Get lost! The third elder looked serious. He was actually attacked by Ling Xiao. His old face did not look good. With a roar, he raised his right hand, and a ghost hand condensed from a mass of black gas blocked the lava storm. Although the ghost hand was burned to ashes, the power of the lava storm disappeared in an instant. The third elder was not satisfied with blocking Ling Xiao's attack. He wanted to attack. He wanted to make Ling Xiao tired of defending himself. God of Death Curse! He spat out 4 words, and then countless small black characters shot out from his eyes. These characters formed a terrifying storm. It was as if the God of Death had stepped out of hell. Danger! Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect the third elder to have such a powerful move at this time. However, he did not intend to dodge. He could feel that this so-called God of Death Curse was not a martial technique, but a secret soul technique. A secret soul technique targeted the soul. The third elder was trying to destroy his spiritual sea. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered a secret soul technique attack since he came to the Black Tortoise continent. To be honest, he was a little surprised. However, apart from being surprised, he was also furious. The third sect elder really wanted to kill him. If a person's spiritual sea was destroyed, even if their body was intact, they would become a walking corpse, which was worse than a dead person. Humph, since that's the case, don't blame me. Tyrannical martial spirit, be destroyed! The tyrannical martial spirit had always been residing in Ling Xiao's spirit sea. The boundless spirit sea was its territory, and the source of its strength. A terrifying will rushed towards the underworld god-killing curse, covering the sky and covering the earth. In any case, all the attacks happened in his spirit sea, so the people outside naturally couldn't see them. They could only feel that Ling Xiao's will had suddenly become even stronger. The underworld god-killing curse was destroyed, but even more killing curse energy surged in. The third elder clearly didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. No matter how many of you come, I'll kill all of you! Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous indifference. The raging tyrannical martial spirit turned into a human figure in his spirit sea. The human figure was pitch black and had no face. It held a sharp sword in its hand, which destroyed the killing curse in an instant. The killing curse energy was no match for it. This was normal. Ling Xiao's soul power was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. After coming to the Black Tortoise continent, in order to hide his true identity, he had not used his soul power. However, there was no doubt about the strength of his soul power. How can this kid have such a terrifying soul power? What is his martial spirit? The third elder didn't believe that Ling Xiao's martial spirit was a sword martial spirit, or a beast martial spirit. He firmly believed that Ling Xiao had an origin martial spirit in his body, which could contain all other martial spirits. It was this powerful martial soul that caused his underworld god-killing curse to be completely ineffective. Moreover, releasing the underworld god-killing curse consumed a lot of soul power. The third elder felt that his spirit sea had turned upside down and was no longer calm. This was because he had used too much soul power. His soul couldn't suppress the rhythm of his martial spirit. Although the third sect elder was unwilling to accept this, he had to admit that his attack had failed once again. Not only that, but he had also almost suffered a backlash. This kid! The first elder was shocked. She knew the third elder's strength very well. Especially the underworld god-killing curse, which was a soul's secret technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the death cage, it was a special technique. However, it was a special method of attack that could catch the enemy off guard. To be honest, if she hadn't known this, she would have been at a disadvantage when facing the underworld god-killing curse. Even if she had known, she wouldn't have dared to fight it. But what was going on with Ling Xiao? This kid was only 16 or 17 years old when he reincarnated. How could he have such a powerful soul power? Was he from the soul race? That was impossible. The soul race could recognize him at a glance. Just as the first elder was puzzled, Ling Xiao had completely repelled the underworld god-killing curse. This time, it was his turn to counterattack. Earth-crossing golden light technique! Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In that instant, the third sect elder's heart was filled with terror. The earth-crossing golden light technique was even faster than the demonic dragon phantom he had seen before. How could Ling Xiao have such a terrifying movement technique? Although he was terrified, he still used all his strength to perform the demonic dragon phantom and began to dodge. The demonic dragon phantom was a movement technique of the dragon cults for great supreme martial arts. This was what Ling Xiao wanted to learn. As a high-ranking member of the dragon cult, the third elder's cultivation had reached the required level. Naturally, he could also practice it, although he had only reached a small mastery level. That ethereal movement technique allowed him to avoid his vital points. Ling Xiao's sword pierced through his arm. The pain made him grimace. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself, he would have screamed out loud. What a great demonic dragon phantom! I like it even more! Although Ling Xiao had the earth-crossing golden light technique, it was a divine ability. Although it was powerful, it consumed too much energy. It could be used at a critical moment, but it couldn't be used too often. The demonic dragon phantom might not be as powerful as the earth-crossing golden light technique, but it could be used frequently. It was obviously more practical. He was determined to get it. Although he didn't manage to stab the third elder's vital points, Ling Xiao's expression didn't change at all. Because he didn't expect that sword to take the third elder's life. His real killing move was yet to come. His body instantly transformed back into the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation. Then, bloody energy erupted. Demonic dragon blood curse! When this move was released, the third sect elder's injuries, which were originally not serious, became fatal. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. That really gave everyone a fright. It's not over yet. Bloodthirsty plague! Chapter 2739. What? How does this kid know such an evil secret technique? The third elder was scared. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Whether it was the demonic dragon blood curse or the bloodthirsty plague, they were both special secret techniques that completely ignored defense. Once they came into contact with blood, the explosive power would be even more shocking. The third elder was shocked. He knew that if this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, he was truly afraid. One had to know that in the history of the mystic world, there were many cases of outstanding geniuses killing cultivators with higher cultivation than them. The mystic world never lacked geniuses. There was also no lack of seniors who were used as stepping stones by geniuses. Big sister, save me! At this moment, the third elder had no other choice. After using the nether god killing curse, he couldn't even control his own spirit sea. Facing the dual attacks of the demonic dragon blood curse and the bloodthirsty plague, he couldn't escape at all. At this moment, Ling Xiao broke through. His cultivation rose to the middle stage of the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. Now, he wasn't recovering his cultivation, but breaking through. After wasting a few days, he was finally back on track. Speaking of which, he had to thank the third elder. The bloodthirsty plague gave him the third elder's abundant inner strength and the will of the nether god. It instantly destroyed the shackles of his cultivation. After breaking through to the middle stage, his strength was still increasing. At this moment, Ling Xiao's combat strength had surpassed the third elder's. Enough! Seeing that the third elder's life was in danger, the second elder had no choice but to intervene. He used the method of attacking Wei to save Xiao. The sharp dagger in his hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's vital point. It seemed that the second elder wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly. Shameless bastard! With a shout, the second elder's attack came to an abrupt stop. Chen Bai made his move. He didn't use any fancy moves. His figure flashed slightly, and then he sent out a slap. The second patriarch was sent flying by the force of the blow. He then crashed into the third elder. The two elders were like two rotten eggs slamming into the wall. When they fell, their bodies were covered in stains and blood. Ling Xiao knew that Chen Bai was killing two birds with one stone. On one hand, he saved Ling Xiao and taught the second elder a lesson. On the other hand, he wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from killing the third elder. No matter what, the third elder was a high-ranking member of the dragon cult. If Ling Xiao killed him in front of so many people, it would attract trouble. He was doing this for Ling Xiao and for the sake of the demon dragon cult. This was the difference between him and Ling Xiao. If it were Ling Xiao, the the third and second elders would have been dead by now. However, no matter what, the scene in front of them made the onlookers reveal expressions of disbelief. The scene was silent. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would not only be able to block the third elder's powerful and mysterious attacks, but he would also be able to block them. He even almost killed the third elder in the end. If it wasn't for sect leader Qinbai, the third elder's life would be gone. Of course, the reputation of the third sect elder was now completely gone. He was defeated by Ling Xiao and had to rely on the second elder's sneak attack on Ling Xiao to save him. If news of this got out, the three elders' status in the dragon cult would drop to the lowest point. Ling Xiao withdrew his beast soul transformation and stood there quietly, looking coldly at the group of dumbfounded people. Just now, these people followed the three elders and knelt down, saying that he didn't have the combat strength of a yin-yang transformation stage 11 hell. They said that Qinbai gave him the magic dragon's phantom movement technique because of favoritism. These people even used their own lives to make a bet. This time, they were done for. Many people directly collapsed to the ground. In the past, Qinbai didn't have a good reason to kill them. But today, they gave this reason to Qinbai with both hands. The evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. Haha, as the second elder, you really made the dragon cult proud. You sneak attacked a disciple who just joined the sect. You are really great. And you, third elder, are you convinced of your defeat? Your pride and arrogance from before was really laughable. Think about it. I even killed General Purple Thunder. Do you think you, the third sect elder, are stronger than General Purple Thunder? Could it be that you still think that the reports from your subordinates are false? Or do you still think that I, Ling Xiao, am an imposter? Ling Xiao looked at the two elders who couldn't get up from the ground with contempt, his face full of mockery. He said coldly, "Now, do you still think that I haven't reached the level to cultivate the magic dragon's phantom?" The second elder's face was ugly, but he couldn't refute. His sneak attack on Ling Xiao was seen by everyone. This was something that could not be washed away no matter what. The second elder's face was even uglier. Originally, he wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson and wanted to end the battle in the shortest time possible. In the end, not only did he fail to take care of Ling Xiao, but he also made a fool of himself. Even though he was very unwilling. He was very unwilling to admit his defeat. But now, facing Ling Xiao, he didn't have the slightest bit of fighting power. He was defeated, and thoroughly defeated. He thought his attack was strange enough, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's attack to be 10 times more strange and 10 times more terrifying. It seems that this kid should be the famous Ling Xiao now. There's no mistake about it. It didn't matter if it was that domineering aura, or that unbelievably terrifying strength. It was almost exactly the same as the legendary existence. Damn it, such a good disciple was taken by Qinbai. From now on, the three elders would have a hard time in the dragon cult. Third elder, I'm asking you a question. Has my fighting power reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell? Ling Zhao's voice sounded again. Humph, no need to ask him. This is already an ironclad fact. If anyone dares to doubt your fighting power in the future, I'll be the first to not let him off. Qinbai recovered from the shock. He snorted coldly, and on the surface, he was very angry. It was directed at the third and second elders. But in his heart, he was extremely ecstatic. Of course, this was because of Ling Xiao. To be honest, even he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to force the third elder to such an extent. He had originally thought that Ling Xiao would be able to fight to a draw with the third sect elder. This would also prove Ling Xiao's fighting power. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated his disciple. This kid's fighting power was simply unparalleled and amazing. Chapter 2740. Now there was another problem. Not only was the third elder defeated, but it also confirmed what Ling Xiao said before. These people framed cult master Qinbai, saying that Qinbai was biased and unjust. From the looks of it now, it was completely unfounded and a bunch of nonsense. In the dragon cult, this was a capital offense. Not to mention the dragon cult, It was also a capital offense in the Qin kingdom's royal family. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Bai with a smile and said, "Cult Master, how to deal with these people is up to you. This disciple won't interrupt." After all, he was only Qin Bai's disciple. As the dragon cult's cult master, Qin Bai must have his own considerations. Whether it was killing or sparing, this time, Qin Bai had the moral and righteous high ground. No matter what, it was the three elders who were heartless and unjust. Qin Bai was also very good at dealing with people. He already had a plan for who to kill and who to let go. With a single move, more than 20 people were killed on the spot. These 20 people were the three elders' loyal followers. It was not the first time they had offended him. Previously, he could not find a suitable reason. Now that the reason was here, of course he would not be merciful. Otherwise, others would really think that he was the dragon cult's cult master for nothing. Qin Bai did not kill the remaining 60 or 70 people. Instead, he said indifferently, "The fault this time is all because of the three elders and their loyal followers who made things difficult for us. Although you are guilty of blind obedience, your crime does not warrant death. I will spare your death this time, but if you do it again in the future, you will be killed without mercy." He put all the blame on the three elders and their loyal followers, letting these people feel his magnanimity as the cult master. They all knelt down to thank him. Then they all retreated. From then on, their impression of the three elders fell to the freezing point. They would naturally be more respectful to Qin Bai, the cult master. Not only because Qin Bai was strong enough, but also because Qin Bai spared them. "Now it's your turn. All of you can be considered trusted subordinates of the dragon cult. Today, you disrespected the cult leader. How should you be punished?" Qin Bai asked coldly as he looked at the three elders. "This subordinate knows his mistake. It's this subordinate's fault for not disciplining him well enough, causing third brother to be impulsive and offend the sect master." The first sect elder was indeed a cunning old fox. Even though she was a woman, her foresight was not bad at all. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, there was no point in holding on any longer. He didn't want to fall out with Qin Bai on the spot. Because that way, Qin Bai alone could take the lives of the three of them. "At least you know what's good for you. Forget it. Since you've contributed to the dragon cult, I won't pursue today's matter any further. But even if there is a first and second time, there is no third and fourth time. If such a thing happens again in the future, I will not let it go easily," Qin Bai said coldly. However, while the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment cannot be forgiven. The third sect elder was old and unbearable. He was no match for my last disciple, Ling Xiao. During the competition, he even disregarded the dragon cult's reputation and tried to kill Ling Xiao. The second sect elder was even more shameless and tried to sneak up on Ling Xiao. These two people are no longer qualified to continue being the dragon cult's elders. Do you accept this? The first sect elder's expression was extremely awkward. She really wanted to turn the tables, but she knew very well that without the support of the two vice-sect masters, the three of them would not be able to deal with Qin Bai. So she could only accept it. "No, I don't accept this." The first sect elder accepted her fate. But the third sect elder was not convinced. He struggled to stand up and roared, "Sect master, Ling Xiao's combat strength is not as strong as you think. This brat was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, so this subordinate underestimated him. This subordinate is unwilling to accept this loss. Please give this subordinate 7 days. After 7 days, this subordinate will recover and defeat him." Hearing this, the first sect elder's face turned pale. She knew that the third sect elder was finished. Even if you're not a sect elder, you're still an elder. Your status is still higher than the average disciple. Take it slow. Once Qin Bai's rule is overthrown, you can do whatever you want. But you just can't accept it. You want to prove that Ling Xiao is inferior to you? Are you targeting Ling Xiao? You're targeting sect master Qin Bai. You're courting death. Master, you're benevolent and righteous. You want to spare that old thing's life, but he insists on taking your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Do you want this disciple to serve you and get rid of this old thing? No need, Qinbai said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the third sect elder's head was cut off. He held the third sect elder's head high and said coldly, Do you really think that I'm afraid of trouble if I don't do anything? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. Third sect elder. The second sect elder and the first sect elder were furious when they saw this. They did not expect Qinbai to really kill them. This time, Qinbai's personality seemed to have changed completely when he brought Ling Xiao back. In fact, they did not know that Qinbai had been patient in the past because he did not have a good successor. Instead of occupying the position of sect master, he would rather give it away. After all, Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiao Muyu were very strong. However, it was different this time. With Ling Xiao, Qinbai also had a target. It was impossible for him to be as patient as before. Are you not convinced? Qinbai tossed the head of the third patriarch to the side. The ferocious power of the demon sect's hierarch was finally exposed. The first sect elder lowered his head and did not dare to speak. The second sect elder gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. They did not want to be sacrificed under Qinbai's furious attack. Big brother, what you've done this time is a little too much. You don't have to do this for Ling Xiao. At this moment, a voice with a needle hidden in cotton sounded. The voice was soft and did not have any masculinity, but the words were very sinister. Phoenix in the Cloud! Qinbai stared at the man who was slowly walking toward him. He was handsome and had outstanding looks. He was definitely one of the top 10 handsome men in the Qin nation. This was his sworn brother. He was also the man who took away the woman he loved. You're weird and you're neither a man nor a woman. Although you're my brother, you stabbed me in the back and took away my woman. What right do you have to criticize the sect master? Qinbai seemed to feel inferior in front of Phoenix in the Cloud. After all, he and Xiao Muyu had already reached the point where they were talking about marriage. They had already pledged their lives to each other. She suddenly threw herself into the arms of Phoenix in the Cloud. Qinbai had always thought that he had lost to Phoenix in the Cloud in terms of charm. He could not raise his head in front of Phoenix in the Cloud. So when he saw Phoenix in the Cloud walking toward him, Qinbai did not say anything. Ling Xiao could not hold it in any more and scolded. How dare you, a mere middle disciple, insult the deputy sect master? The second sect elder scolded. Perhaps because he saw Phoenix in the Cloud, the second sect elder felt that he had a backer and became bolder. You're the one who's bold. He's just a deputy sect master. How dare he criticize the sect master? Moreover, the fact that you framed the sect master is true, and he dares to say that the sect master went overboard. I really wonder who's in charge of the dragon cult. Chapter 2741. Ling Xiao was not afraid of the second sect elder. The second sect elder was slightly stronger than the third sect elder. However, he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Naturally, he was not afraid of him. As for Phoenix in the Cloud, he was a big threat to him. However, with Qinbai around, Phoenix in the Cloud could not do anything to him. Don't try to sow discord there. I have a good relationship with Big Brother. Phoenix in the Cloud frowned. He was also very afraid of Ling Xiao's mouth. Enough, second brother. I know very well whether Ling Xiao is trying to sow discord or not. You don't have to say any more. Today, I will not kill the two of them because of you. However, you better remember this. I have already given you the woman. Don't even think about taking the dragon cult away from me. Qinbai was awakened by Ling Xiao's words. Thinking about it carefully, he had already lost the love of his life. Was he going to let someone else take away the sect that he had founded? No. Absolutely not. He was laying all his cards on the table with Phoenix in the Cloud. My good disciple, let's go. It's time to cultivate the magical dragon's phantom. Qinbai knew very well that Ling Xiao becoming stronger was the key to turning the situation around. If Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiao Muyu joined forces, he might not be able to win. Only by letting Ling Xiao continue to become stronger could he truly take back control of the dragon cult. Big brother, you are exaggerating. Phoenix in the clouds still looked calm. He looked at Qinbai and said, Big brother wants to let Ling Xiao learn the magical dragon's phantom. I think it is very inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Ling Xiao has already proven his strength. He is absolutely qualified to cultivate this supreme martial art. Qinbai frowned. He knew that Phoenix in the Cloud's appearance was definitely not a good thing. Don't be angry, big brother. Little brother only has good intentions. You should know that if a martial artist's cultivation hasn't reached the peak of the first revolution's 11th level of hell, then the duration of the magic dragon's phantom movement technique cannot exceed a month. With his aptitude, it was impossible for him to comprehend this movement technique within a month's time. You know best that there are no specific written records of immortal-grade martial arts. It only embodies a type of martial Tao. Only when one's comprehension was high enough and their cultivation reached a certain level would it be easier for them to comprehend it. There wasn't enough time. The third elder's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 11th level of hell, and he had the privilege of being an elder. Even so, he had only been able to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in 3 months. No matter how good Ling Xiao's aptitude is, it's impossible for him to be 3 times better than the third elder. What do you mean? Qinbai frowned. What I mean is that there's no need to rush. Let Ling Xiao cultivate step by step. Let him cultivate those second heaven immortal grade martial arts first. When his cultivation reaches the peak of the 11th level of hell of the first revolution's yin-yang realm, he will have half a month's time. Then, he will have half a year to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom. Wouldn't the success rate be higher? Phoenix in the Cloud said slowly. If one didn't know this person well, they would have thought that he had good intentions after hearing his words. Qinbai had yet to speak when Ling Xiao beat him to it. This disciple appreciates Vice Sect Master's good intentions. But there's no need for that. I'm different from some trash. 1 month's time is more than enough. Kid, don't joke around. You want to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month's time? Do you think that the supreme martial arts are just for show? Phoenix in the Cloud said coldly. That's right. That's a third heaven immortal grade martial art. And it's one of the top third heaven immortal grade martial arts. Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you accidentally defeated my third brother? The second sect elder also said loudly. Kid, you seem to be better at bragging than anyone else. The first sect elder mocked. It's ridiculous that all of you are talking to yourselves. Anyway, I'll send the demonic dragon's phantom back to the demonic codex hall in a month's time. If I can't learn it, you should be happy, right? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Kid, do you mean what you say? Phoenix in the Cloud asked. The reason why he did that was because he didn't want Qinbai to use the sect master's privilege to give Ling Xiao more time to cultivate. In fact, the sect master had this privilege. But now, after being provoked by him, Qinbai couldn't use it even if he wanted to. He thought that his evil plan had succeeded, but he didn't know that for Ling Xiao, spending a month to comprehend a martial art was a waste of time. It wouldn't take that long at all. At most, he would be able to comprehend this movement technique in 3 or 4 days. He had seen a third heaven immortal grade martial art before. He still had the last move of his shadow martial art, which was a third heaven immortal grade martial art. I won't be like some people who talk like a fart. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix in the Cloud and said calmly. He was really disgusted by this guy who was neither a man nor a woman. If that's the case, then I won't say anything. I just hope that you won't regret it. Phoenix in the Cloud smiled, then looked at Qinbai and said, The disciple that Big Brother chose is quite talented. He's about the same as Mai and Mu Yu's disciples. It's a pity that his personality is too different. He's arrogant and won't be of much use. You don't have the right to criticize my disciple, Qinbai said calmly. He didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. But Ling Xiao's thoughts were different from his. Ling Xiao didn't want to be bullied like this. What did he mean by saying that he wasn't as good as their disciple? What a joke. The vice-sect leader's disciple must be a peerless genius. I wonder if I have the chance to fight with him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You don't have that qualification. Although you're the first substitute for the upper disciple, you're still a substitute. You're not even an upper disciple. If you want to fight with them, you have to at least become an upper disciple. At that time, there will naturally be opportunities. Just 1 month later, the upper disciple will get a chance to train in the Demon Sea Ghost Cave. The Demon Sea Ghost Cave was originally an inland sea. Later, something fell from the sky and caused the Demon Sea to instantly dry up. Since then, a ghost cave has appeared. In the ghost cave, there's a strong scarlet sun force that's very beneficial for cultivation. If you can become an upper disciple, I actually want to see if you can use the demonic dragon phantom to stand out in the Demon Sea Ghost Cave's trial. Demon Sea Ghost Cave? When Ling Xiao heard this name, he immediately had a strong interest. He had long heard that the dragon cult had such a secret realm. The thing that fell inside was very likely to be an extreme yang object. If he could get it, it might be of great benefit to his and Xiao Jin's cultivation. Okay. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled and said, the 2 vice-sect leaders' disciple had better be prepared. Otherwise, if you're easily defeated by me, you'll lose face for the 2 of you. You want to defeat them? You'll have to defeat me first. A sudden voice sounded, and a black shadow quickly fell from the eaves. As he flew, he left behind a series of afterimages. Demonic shadow! Chapter 2742. Master, I'm back. As soon as I arrived, I heard that an arrogant fellow defeated my 3rd master. I'd like to see who he is. Emoing stood there with his messy hair draped over his shoulders. His black robe made him look like a ghost. Emoing? The 3rd-ranked disciple of the dragon cult, and the eldest disciple of the first sect elder? Emo Ying's information instantly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. He had done a lot of homework in order to survive in the dragon cult. At the very least, he knew who was in the top 3 among the upper disciples. This fellow's cultivation should have reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He's even more terrifying than the lightning seigneur. It seems that the younger generation of the dragon cult isn't any weaker than the Qin Kingdom's royal family. You're Ling Xiao, right? You killed my 3rd master. You're quite capable. Do you have the guts to fight with me? I can give you 10 moves. Emoing looked at Ling Xiao coldly, although he couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for the 3rd sect elder. Although the 3rd sect elder didn't seem to have any feelings for him, his hostility toward Ling Xiao was real. Sorry, I don't have the time to fight with you one by one. If you want to fight with me, let's do it in a month. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Emoing, it was meaningless to fight him now. Moreover, he had just fought a tough battle with the 3rd sect elder. He had expended a lot of energy. If they fought now, he would be at a disadvantage. A month? Emoing frowned. He didn't know what a month was. The first sect elder laughed. This boy said he can comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month. Ridiculous. It took me 2 months to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom, and you said you can comprehend it in a month? Do you really think you're Chen Zhengxiong? Emoing sneered. Chen Zhengxiong is nothing. He's just a loser. You look very powerful, but you're so afraid of Chen Zhengxiong. How funny. Ling Xiao mocked. Humph, brat, I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, we'll fight to the death. How about it? Emoing said eerily. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just don't lose and act shamelessly like your 3rd master. Don't be like your 2nd master and shamelessly sneak attack others. 1 month later, Ling Xiao had successfully cultivated the demonic dragon's phantom. Naturally, he needed to find someone to spar with. Since the demon shadow wanted to be his training partner, why wouldn't he be willing? All right, I'll see how you die then. With that, the demonic shadow turned and left. This guy was really arrogant. News of what happened here today would soon spread throughout the dragon cult. Ling Xiao's victory over the 3rd elder was simply explosive news. From now on, no one would doubt his identity. It was even more impossible for those rascals to easily find trouble with him. If they really wanted to find him, it would probably only be those upper disciples. However, when Ling Xiao announced that he would be able to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom in a month, many people felt that he was getting carried away. Defeating the third elder was indeed amazing. However, the demonic dragon's phantom was the supreme martial art of the dragon cult. No one had ever been able to comprehend it in a month. Even the two most outstanding genius disciples of the demon dragon religion took nearly 2 months to do so. Therefore, most people felt that Ling Xiao was getting a little carried away. Phoenix in the Cloud, the first elder, and the second elder also left. Anyway, it was impossible to stop Chunbai from taking Ling Xiao to learn the demonic dragon's phantom. It was better to look forward to the battle between Ling Xiao and the demon's shadow in a month. Of course, in this 1 month, they would not let Ling Xiao cultivate steadily as he wished. Although they were very confident in the demon's shadow. Phoenix in the Cloud had always been unscrupulous in doing things and strived for perfection. Of course, this was a matter for the future. At this time, Chunbai was a little worried. He was worried that Ling Xiao was bragging too much. "Disciple, it's not that I don't trust you, but you haven't even seen the demonic dragon's phantom. It's too risky to say that you can comprehend it in a month," Chunbai said with a frown. "Master, you worry too much. The direct disciples of the 2 vice sect leaders can comprehend it in a month and a half. With my talent, if I can't be faster than them, it would be too embarrassing. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? That's not the case." Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew that Chunbai still didn't believe him. But it didn't matter. The truth would soon reveal everything. After entering the demonic book hall, Ling Xiao obtained a crystal that glowed like a pebble. On the surface of the crystal, there were faint shining inscriptions. This was the medium of most immortal-grade martial arts. Immortal-grade martial arts were only a kind of Tao, a kind of origin. As for what kind of martial arts one could comprehend, it all depended on the cultivator. So even though there were 7 or 8 people in the dragon cult who knew the demonic dragon's phantom, they were all different. Ling Zhao's demonic dragon's phantom was naturally the most unique demonic dragon's phantom. There was no doubt about that. In the following month, Ling Zhao's goal was very clear. That was to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom and strengthen it. At the same time, he would continue to improve his cultivation. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial arts were only supplementary. Ling Xiao wouldn't forget that. He believed that during this period, someone would come looking for trouble with him. But it just so happened that he was worried that no one would come to fight him while he was cultivating. After obtaining the demonic dragon's phantom, Ling Xiao returned to the demon child hall and began to comprehend it. Comprehending the demonic dragon's phantom was not difficult for him at all. He had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the supplementary ability of the Tai Chi. He only used 1 day to comprehend the demonic dragon's phantom that would take others more than a month, or even a few months. Since he had just comprehended it, it could only be considered as a beginner. He was still unable to use it. If he wanted to use it, he would have to practice it countless times. However, although the demon child hall was big, the space was limited. He decided to go outside and find a place to practice this skill. Of course, in order to keep it a secret, he naturally hoped to avoid everyone. He didn't even plan to tell Chunbai about this. Comprehending a 3rd heaven immortal grade martial art in 1 day. If this were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Of course, comprehending the demonic dragon's phantom was only the first step. Of course, it was also the most difficult step. After this step, the next step was to repeatedly practice it. Although there were many failures in the beginning, as time passed, he would naturally become proficient. Since Ling Xiao had passed the most difficult step, he naturally didn't have to worry about what would happen next. After arriving at the barren mountains outside the demonic dragon city, Ling Xiao stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, the demonic beasts in the barren mountains were very unlucky. In order to cultivate the demonic dragon's phantom, Ling Xiao specifically picked demonic beasts that were fast to fight. In the beginning, those demonic beasts could still touch him. However, on the third day, the demonic beast saw Ling Xiao was basically an illusion. Chapter 2743. With the help of the unlucky beasts in the mountain, Ling Xiao cultivated the demonic dragon phantom to lesser mastery. The lesser mastery of the demonic dragon phantom had reached a practical level. Although it was only at lesser mastery, it was more useful than Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf. Moreover, Ling Xiao integrated the 1,000-mile wolf into the demonic dragon phantom during his meditation. Originally, the demonic dragon phantom only had one move, but now it had 9 moves. This was the difference between his comprehension and the comprehension of others. And from the beginning, the lesser mastery of the demonic dragon phantom had 9 moves. After that, as the demonic dragon phantom continued to improve, although the changes would not increase, the effect would become stronger. After practicing all 9 moves, Ling Xiao returned to the demonic dragon city. Although he was cultivating outside, Ling Xiao was still worried about Dark Knight Formless. Xiao Jin was strong enough that even if he encountered an upper disciple, he would not be afraid. However, Dark Knight Formless was injured and his strength was not very good. If someone really wanted to trouble him, it would be a headache. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to wait for Dark Knight Formless to recover and send him back to the 8 Immortals County. That was his territory and was protected by the 10 Extremes formation. It was much safer than the dragon cult. This time, when he came to the city gate, the guards were a little afraid of Ling Xiao. They did not even dare to look at him directly, let alone stop him. Ling Xiao stood out in the battle of the upper disciple candidates, and defeated the 3rd elder. This made him famous in the dragon cult. No one dared to suspect that he was an impostor. These guards did not dare to. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who liked to make things difficult for others, so if others did not provoke him, he would not provoke others. However, as soon as he stepped into the city, the guards outside the city began to discuss in hushed voices. They probably thought that Ling Xiao could not hear them. This guy only left the demonic dragon city for 3 days and came back. Do you think he can master the demonic dragon phantom? How is it possible? Not to mention 3 days, even if it's 30 days, it's impossible to succeed. But he did say that he would succeed in cultivating it within a month. Could it be that he was bragging? He must be bragging. I heard that he said that before he even watched Mystic Dragon's Phantom. He must have gotten carried away. Doesn't that mean he will leave the Demon Dragon City in a month? Leave? Hee, let's see if he can survive this month. After killing the 3rd sect elder and offending vice sect leader Yun, it won't be easy for him to survive. These guards were quite clear about the matters of the demon dragon religion. They knew very well that those who had offended vice leader Yun would quietly disappear within a few days. Therefore, they thought that Ling Xiao had left Demon Dragon City to hide. Who would have thought that he would return in just 3 days? Ling Xiao scoffed at such comments. These people initially suspected that he was the real Ling Xiao, but he proved himself with his strength. Now, these people suspected that he wouldn't be able to cultivate Mystic Dragon's Phantom within a month. Very soon, he would let these idiots who looked down on others know what a true genius was. He sneered and walked quickly to the Demon Air Hall. Something happened! Ling Xiao saw Chunwan as soon as he arrived at the Demon Air Hall. He sharply noticed that Xiao Jin's aura was nowhere to be found in the Demon Air Hall. Chunwan's anxious voice also made him feel a trace of unease. What happened? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Xiao Jin was captured by vice sect leader Yun and sold to the Beast Arena in Demon Dragon City. Chunwan was a little embarrassed when he said this. He was no match for Phoenix in the Cloud. 2 days ago, Chun Bai left the dragon cult because of an urgent matter. In the end, he could only watch as Xiao Jin was captured. There was nothing he could do. Beast Arena! Hearing these 3 words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xiao Jin was his brother. Others didn't know, but he knew it very well. What was Phoenix in the Cloud trying to do? Was he trying to disturb his cultivation? That Beast Arena was founded by the 2nd sect leader. Chen Luan reminded him. Brother Chen Luan, please stay here and take care of the sect leader. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao couldn't just watch his good brother get trapped in the beast arena. He had to rescue him. Even if he knew it was a trap, he had to go. And that phoenix in the cloud. Just wait. I just hated you before, but now, you've done something that's courting death. I'll make sure you die as you wish. You're not familiar with the place. I'll ask Qinyan to take you there. Chen Luan said. Qinyan is the sect leader's adopted daughter. She admires you very much. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. The demonic dragon city was huge. It wouldn't be easy for him to find the beast arena in such a short time. After getting Ling Xiao's confirmation, Chen Luan contacted Qinyan with a voice transmission talisman and asked her to wait outside the demonic air hall. Qinyan naturally agreed happily. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. Now that the sect leader isn't here, those guys are eyeing you covetously. They really have the guts to take advantage of this opportunity to kill you. After Chen Luan and Qinyan finished talking, Chen Luan warned Ling Xiao again. Hurting my brother is touching my reverse scale. The second sect leader and this beast arena don't exist anymore. A murderous look appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Now that he had successfully cultivated the demonic dragon phantom, his actual combat strength had improved a lot even though his cultivation level hadn't increased. After bidding farewell to Chen Luan, he stepped out of the demonic air hall, but he didn't see Qinyan. After waiting for a while, Qinyan still didn't come. Ling Xiao was anxious, so he didn't plan to wait any longer. He walked towards the center of the city. Anyway, the beast arena should be quite famous. He should be able to find out the exact location by asking anyone. What's going on over there? After walking less than a mile out of the demonic air hall, Ling Xiao found a group of people surrounding the city. He didn't know what they were doing there. Everyone was curious. He opened his Tai Chi eye and looked through the crowd. However, he was surprised to find that there was a person in the middle of the circle. It was a girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. The girl's hair had been shaved bald, and there was a collar around her neck with a rope behind it. There was a person sitting on the girl's back, shouting loudly as if he was riding a horse. This person was Jinquan, whom Ling Xiao met when he first came to the demonic dragon city. Ling Xiao was a warm-hearted person to begin with. He couldn't stand seeing the weak being bullied. When he saw Jinquan again, he was even more disgusted. Anyway, it was just a small matter. He felt that he could save this girl. Jinquan pulled the rope in his hand and shouted excitedly. He was so angry at Ling Xiao that he didn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Instead, he vented his anger on someone else. The girl he was riding on was Qinbai's adopted daughter, Qinyan. Chapter 2744. Qinyan's strength was actually a little stronger than Jinquan's, but they had more people, so they defeated Qinyan in a few moves. Bullying Qinbai's adopted daughter like this greatly satisfied the ugly desire in his heart. Just as he was enjoying himself, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Who's so rude? Can't you see that I'm having fun? Jinquan was so angry that he directly slapped the person behind him. In the end, before his slap landed, he felt a burning pain on his face. Then, his whole body flew out. He got up from the ground in horror and raised his head to look at the person who hit him. Ling Xiao! Jinquan's face instantly turned deathly pale. However, on second thought, the sect leader was not in the dragon cult. What right did Ling Xiao have to be so arrogant in front of him? His face immediately turned livid. Ling Xiao was bending over at this time, untying the girl's collar and throwing it away. Then, he threw his coat to the girl. Thank you, brother Ling Xiao. Qinyan was still a little shaken up. Even though he was used to being bullied, it was rare for something like today to happen. Fortunately, Ling Xiao appeared. Otherwise, she didn't know what would have happened. You're welcome. I just can't stand the ugly behavior of some people. Although Ling Xiao understood the cruelty and reality of this world, he was unwilling to abandon his hot-bloodedness. When he was young, His grandfather, Hong Qi, taught him that people could become cruel and fierce, but people were not beasts. He must maintain his original heart and not completely fall. Ling Xiao did that. He could kill an enemy by hook or by crook. An enemy could kill tens of thousands of people in an instant. However, he would also save a pitiful person who was being bullied. This was him. Although he was cruel, he did not lack warmth. Ling Xiao, the sect leader is not in the sect now. How dare you hit me? Do you want to die? Jin Quan was sent flying by a slap in front of so many people, so he was definitely unhappy about it. In addition, he felt that now that Ling Xiao did not have a backer, he would definitely not dare to be as arrogant as before, so he got a little carried away. Get lost! I don't want to see a beast in human clothing like you! Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Xiao Jin, so after saving the girl, he planned to leave. He was not in the mood to bicker with Jin Quan. However, his actions made Jin Quan mistakenly think that he was afraid. Hee, Ling Xiao, why are you so proud of yourself? Your little pet was caught by the vice sect leader to be sold. I reckon that it was killed by the other demonic beasts in the beast fighting arena. It's you! Quickly put down Qin Yan. I'm definitely going to play with this woman today. Jin Quan sneered coldly. Chun? Your Qin? Ling Xiao looked at the girl beside him and asked. Yes, Big Brother Qin Wan asked me to lead the way. Qin Yan said excitedly. She, who was panicking before, felt a sense of security that she had never felt before by Ling Xiao's side. Even when the sect leader, Qin Bai, was around, she did not feel this way. What do you plan to do with Jin Quan? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Qin Yan met Jin Quan in order to help him, although there was no direct connection between the two matters. But there was indeed a connection. He planned to avenge Qin Yan. No need, brother Ling Xiao. The sect leader is not here now, so we'd better not offend him easily. Otherwise, there will be no end to this matter. Although Jin Quan is not a good guy, his brother is one of the 3 famous upper disciples, Moing. Qin Yan reminded. She did not want Ling Xiao to get into trouble because of her. Humph, as expected of brothers, you're really the same. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and then said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yan. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with Jin Quan. Right now, saving Xiao Jin was more important. He took Qin Yan and was about to go to the beast fighting arena. However, the more he acted like this, the more arrogant Jin Quan became. He actually called out to his friends and asked them to surround Ling Xiao. He said arrogantly, Ling Xiao, this woman is mine. You'd better get lost and don't interfere in my affairs. She's the sect leader's adopted daughter. Have you thought about the consequences? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Consequences? Consequences, my ass. Not to mention the sect leader's adopted daughter. I've even played with the sect leader's daughter. And I even killed her. So what? The sect leader still didn't do anything to me. Jin Quan was too proud and said something that he should not have said. Jin Quan, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't the sect leader ask you to keep this a secret forever? Someone next to him hurriedly shouted. What are you afraid of? Anyway, the dragon cult will soon belong to the vice sect leader. Even if Qin Bai really comes back, what can he do to me? I still want to play with his adopted daughter in front of that old thing, ha ha ha. Jin Quan laughed loudly and said, I've kept this matter in my heart for a long time. If I don't say it out loud, I'll be really unhappy. You're really a beast in human clothing. Forget it, Qin Bai is my master. A master for a day is a father for life. He treats me well, so I'll teach you a lesson on his behalf. As for how you're going to die, let's wait for him to come back. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Jin Quan. Then, he raised his hand and a cold light flashed. Jin Quan suddenly felt that his crotch had become much cooler. Following that, an intense stinging pain assaulted him. You actually. The pain made it impossible for Jin Quan to finish what he wanted to say. Seeing this scene, there were already people who quietly slipped away to find Moing. Ling Xiao looked at Zheng Quan contemptuously and said, "Without this thing, I'll see how you scourge women in the future." Following that, a ball of flame appeared in his hand, thoroughly burning that thing on the ground clean. No dash! No dash! Zheng Quan was really unable to accept such a thing. This was even more unacceptable to him than death. He lived for sensual pleasures, and what he loved the most was women. But now, he became a eunuch. How was he going to live in the future? The pain coupled with anxiety and anger attacking his heart, Zheng Quan fell to the ground facing the sky, completely fainting. Qin Yan looked at this scene blankly. Although the scene was a bit savage, she was incomparably happy in her heart. How many times had she wanted to cripple Zheng Quan's plaything? But she did not dare and did not have that ability. Zheng Quan's elder brother, Moing, was too strong. Even the sect master, Qin Bai, would not easily punish Moing for the sake of the sect's future too. Therefore, this idea could only be hidden in the depths of her heart. Until today, Ling Xiao actually did it for her. Furthermore, it was so straightforward and neat. Moing is here! Suddenly, no idea who shouted. They saw a black shadow appear in front of Ling Xiao, beside Zheng Quan. You did it? Chapter 2745. The demon Shadow was even more enraged when he saw his younger brother being killed than when he saw the third elder being killed. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao as if he was about to attack at any moment. Speak! Did you do it? That's right. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao looked at the demon Shadow. If he hadn't learned the magic dragon's phantom, he might have felt a little pressured facing this guy. However, after he had comprehended the magic dragon's phantom to small mastery, the threat of the demonic shadow was no longer as great as before. Even if it was still difficult for him to win, he was no longer afraid. The demon shadow's face darkened when he heard Ling Xiao's words. It was as dark as the bottom of a black iron pot. He suddenly released a strong murderous aura and took a step forward. His murderous aura pounced on Ling Xiao like a demon. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive! A martial soul appeared behind the demon shadow. Ling Xiao felt that this martial soul was very similar to the third elder's underworld deity killing curse. The martial soul looked ferocious and terrifying. A reasonable explanation? Haha, as the elder brother, you didn't discipline your younger brother well. You let him humiliate the sect leader's adopted daughter on the street. The death of the sect leader's daughter is directly related to him. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you dare to criticize me? Today, I merely destroyed his family jewels. When Cult Master returns, I really don't know how miserable his death will be. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What a joke! Do you really think that the dragon cult is under Qin Bai's control? I'll tell you the truth. No matter what my younger brother says or does, he has to go through the elders' discussion before he can be convicted. You can't punish him however you want, the demon shadow said coldly. I did it. What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone knew that the elders and the vice-sect leader were protecting Zheng Quan. In the end, Qin Bai had to rely on his own strength to deal with Zheng Quan. So today, Ling Xiao was just the beginning. I can kill you! Moing said eerily. Although he had an appointment with Ling Xiao, there were only 20 days left until then. But at this moment, he really wanted to make a move. You can try. Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. He had just learned the demonic dragon's phantom, so he really wanted to try it out and see how powerful it was. He stared at Ling Xiao for a long time. In the end, Moing suppressed his anger. Before he was sure that he could kill Qin Bai, he would not act rashly. Moreover, what Ling Xiao did today was indeed reasonable. Qin Bai could totally defend Ling Xiao if they really discussed it. If he killed Ling Xiao today, there was no guarantee that Qin Bai would not go crazy. It just so happened that Vice-Sect leader Yun had already set up a death trap for Ling Xiao and let Ling Xiao fall into it. There was no need for him to be anxious. Humph, you won't live for long anyway. Don't forget the agreement between the two of us. Emoing snorted coldly and picked up the unconscious Jinquan. If he went to find someone to treat Jinquan now, perhaps he could be cured. He could not afford to delay. Take care, I won't send you off. Ling Xiao frowned as he watched Emoing leave. Emoing did not make a move, but it made him feel a deeper sense of danger. This trip to the beast fighting arena was probably a huge trap. Someone wanted to take his life there. However, his good brother was in trouble. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he had to give it a try. Sister Yan, let's go. Ling Xiao called out to Qing Yan and then left. Those disciples who bullied Qing Yan with Jinquan finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Why do I feel that senior brother Emoing is also somewhat afraid of this Ling Xiao? Nonsense, you still don't know that Ling Xiao's pet little gold was sold to the beast fighting arena by the vice sect leader. Guess, with that kid's temper, what do you think he'll do? Of course he'll go and snatch it. I quite admire him for this. Admire? He's just a boorish fellow. This time, he's dead for sure. The reason why Emoing didn't touch him is probably because he doesn't want to ruin the vice sect leader's plan. In that case, the vice sect leader is going to make a move? Sure, lower your voice. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that Ling Xiao had no way out, and was dead for sure. It was very abnormal for sect leader Chen Bai to leave the dragon cult at this time. This might also be another conspiracy. While they were discussing, in a restaurant not far away, a man and two women were drinking wine and eating dishes. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened just now. One of the girls was the Red Witch, one of the disciples of the first sect elder. As for the other man and woman, they were somewhat unfamiliar. However, both of them were less than 20 years old. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and dignified. At a glance, they were quite powerful. Because of the Red Witch's personality, she was actually very respectful to these two people. Wow, so domineering! So mighty! I love this guy to death! The Red Witch held her face and said excitedly. Little Red, don't be infatuated. Be careful not to be deceived by the impostor. The man was dressed in an elegant scholar's outfit. He looked somewhat similar to Phoenix in the Cloud. He drank a cup of wine and said indifferently, No way, senior brother Yunlan. How can he be an impostor? Look at him, he can even defeat the third sect elder. How can an impostor be so powerful? The Red Witch shook her head and said, That's right, he's Ling Xiao. The other girl was dressed differently from the Red Witch. Her light yellow dress made her look very graceful and luxurious. Her pretty face matched the dress very well. Sister Mu Qing, have you seen him before? The Red Witch asked excitedly. Yes, I met him once when I was out on a mission. Mu Qing nodded and said. Hearing this, Yunlan's face suddenly became gloomy. Mu Qing, I've never heard you mention such a thing before. Yunlan had always regarded Mu Qing as his woman. Because Phoenix in the Cloud had personally promised him that Mu Qing would be his sooner or later. In this way, they could be even closer. Because Mu Qing was Xiaomuyu's personal disciple. He was Phoenix in the Cloud's personal disciple. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Little Red, can you accompany me to the animal fighting arena? Mu Qing suddenly stood up and said. Sure, Sister Mu Qing. I'm going to see what Ling Xiao is doing in the animal fighting arena. The Red Witch said excitedly. Then, the two girls left the restaurant and headed for the animal fighting arena. Crack! The sound of a wine glass shattering sounded behind them. Yunlan's expression became extremely ferocious. Mu Qing, you're my woman. You'll always be my woman. You can't escape from my grasp. Do you want to help that trash Ling Xiao? It's useless. As long as it's someone that Master wants to kill, he has never failed. Chapter 2746. In front of the tall and majestic city walls, Ling Xiao could even hear waves of deafening cheers coming from behind the high walls. The bestial battle arena was a place where humans and beasts fought. It was a place where beasts fought each other. This place was filled with danger and crisis. Although his brother Xiao Jin was powerful, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be stronger people among the challengers. Therefore, he had to rescue Xiao Jin as soon as possible. As for that phoenix in the cloud, just wait, he would kill that guy sooner or later. His reverse scale was something that could not be touched. If he did, he would die. Ling Xiao! Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the bestial battle arena, he suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw that the Red Witch had brought an unfamiliar girl over. However, this unfamiliar girl gave him a feeling of déjà vu, but he did not know where he had seen her before. This girl was wearing a light yellow dress. Although she was not as beautiful as the Moon Maiden, she was not inferior to Lin Ruoxian at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be Miss Mu Qing. In the demonic dragon religion, such a young girl with such a cultivation, I'm afraid there's no one else other than you. Ling Xiao immediately deduced this person's identity. Although young Master Ling can guess my identity, you seem to have forgotten that we have met before. Mu Qing seemed a little disappointed as she sighed. Sorry, I've been a little busy recently. Ling Xiao also felt that Mu Qing was very familiar, but he just could not remember where he had seen her before. It doesn't matter. It's nothing important. To you, perhaps it's just a trivial matter. However, to me, it's an enormous matter. Mu Qing smiled and said, I'm here today for no other reason than to remind you not to go to the bestial battle arena. It's a trap. I know. You know and you still want to go? Mu Qing asked in surprise. If your brother or sister were in danger, what would you do? Would you abandon them to protect yourself? Ling Xiao asked in return. It seems that Xiao Jin is very important to you. I understand, I'll go with you. Mu Qing said. I'm here for the Devil Dragon's sword, as well as the 2 absolute arts within it. You and I are competitors. Of the 4 supreme martial arts of the dragon cult, the demonic dragon's phantom and demonic dragon's possession could be learned as long as one's cultivation base and status reached a certain level. Cultivators were not limited to one person. However, the 2 ultimate skills of the demon dragon's sword could only be successfully comprehended by those who were recognized by the demon dragon's sword. In the entire dragon cult, there was no one else other than cult leader Chenbai. If I get the demon dragon's sword, you'll lose your chance. Don't you think it's a pity? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it's a pity, but no matter how powerful the martial arts are, it's not more important than saving your life. Mu Qing said indifferently. I won't fight with you, but other than me, whether it's Mo Ying or Yun Lan, none of them will let you get that thing so easily. In fact, in order to stop you, Vice Sect Master Yun might even personally take action. Vice Sect Master Xiao Muyu won't take action? In fact, Ling Xiao had always been very curious. When he first saw Xiao Muyu, he felt that Xiao Muyu was not the kind of woman who would abandon her lover. He had always been confused as to why she would abandon Chenbai and choose Phoenix in the Cloud. These days, he had also carefully observed that Xiao Muyu and Phoenix in the Cloud did not seem to be in cahoots. In fact, they seemed to be at odds. Therefore, he was really curious. Don't worry. Master will never help Phoenix in the Cloud do anything. You don't have to worry about that. Mu Qing sighed. What happened? He was naturally asking about the matter between Phoenix in the Cloud and Xiao Muyu. It's not good for me to talk about the elders' matters. If you have the chance, you can ask my master personally. She's not doing well now. Mu Qing sighed as he spoke. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Why don't we go in? The Red Witch rubbed her fists and said, Ling Xiao, don't worry. If you encounter any trouble, I'll definitely stand on your side. Ling Xiao felt a little helpless when it came to the Red Witch. However, since she had no ill intentions, he did not care. Qin Yan, you can go back first. Go to my Devil Sun Hall. When you're there, as long as you don't come out, no one can do anything to you. Ling Xiao did not want Qin Yan to take the risk. After all, Qin Yan's strength was really too weak. However, he was worried that Mo Ying would cause trouble for Qin Yan, so he let Qin Yan stay in the Devil's Sun Hall temporarily. Not only could he protect her, but he could also let her take care of Dark Knight Formless. It was the best of both worlds. Okay. Qin Yan did not reject Ling Xiao's good intentions because she knew that even if she entered the beast fighting arena, she would only be a burden. Then I'll go. After Qin Yan left, Ling Xiao, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch walked toward the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Thank you for your hard work. The Red Witch casually threw 2 middle-grade spirit stones to the guards outside the beast fighting arena. This seemed to be the unspoken rule of the beast fighting arena. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not say anything. After all, he was not the one who gave the money. After the guards received the spirit stones, they immediately made way. Ling Xiao followed Mu Qing and the Red Witch and stepped into this very famous place in the demonic dragon city. The moment they stepped through the door, earth-shattering shouts rushed over like a roaring flood. What entered their eyes was actually all people. The densely packed crowd seemed to have unsealed all the enthusiasm in their bodies here. They roared and shouted to their heart's content. This is simply comparable to the scene of the substitute selection. It's really lively, Ling Xiao said in surprise. Don't be surprised. The beast fighting arena is the most prosperous and lively place in the demonic dragon city. It's much more prosperous than the market in the demonic dragon city. Do you think this is just a gladiator? In fact, it's not. When Mu Qing said this, she suddenly stopped. It seemed that there were some words that she could not say. On the other hand, the Red Witch did not care about this. She giggled and said, Ling Xiao, you should know that there are beasts in this world who can take human form. And some beasts, once they take human form, will always make themselves very perfect. No matter if it's a man or a woman, they are all devastatingly beautiful. So, this place provides some kind of service. Speaking of this, the Red Witch winked at Ling Xiao and did not continue. Some things could only be understood but not explained. It's really perverted. Ling Xiao shook his head. Was it really necessary for this kind of place to exist? If beasts could take human form, it meant that they had basically gained intelligence. In fact, they were no different from humans. It was actually so degraded. However, thinking about it carefully, humans could even drive their own women to do such things. So what if they were beasts? He sighed helplessly. This world never lacked darkness and evil. It was just that many people were unwilling to admit it. By the way, Ling Xiao, there's also a special trading area in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the goods were demonic beasts that were used to fight or serve as servants. If you like them, you can get them as long as you pay a sufficient price. Chapter 2747. I'm not interested in those. Let's go straight to the beast fighting coliseum, Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right. The Red Witch knew that Ling Xiao was eager to save people. So, she walked straight to the beast fighting coliseum that was filled with people. As she walked, she introduced, You know that in order to improve your strength, martial artists need to keep fighting. When people fight with each other, sometimes they have to stop at a certain point, so it's difficult to face danger directly. This beast fighting coliseum has become the best place for training. In our dragon cult, many martial artists will use this as a good place to hone their combat skills. Those monsters are extremely fierce and will definitely not show mercy. So, in this kind of battle, you can really improve your combat skills. Of course, there are many benefits, but it's also very dangerous here. Some martial artists overestimate themselves and challenge monsters that are much stronger than them. In the end, they can't avoid becoming food in the stomach of the monsters. Is death legal here? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. This place was opened by the first sect elder. Vice sect leader Yun also has shares. As long as you enter the beast fighting coliseum to challenge the monsters, it's equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Life or death, it's your choice, the Red Witch answered. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the spectator stand of the beast fighting coliseum. The dense crowd and the continuous cheers that sounded like thunder made Ling Xiao feel that this scene was really comparable to the previous substitute selection. There must be more than 100,000 people here. Ling Xiao sighed. That's right. In the Beast Fighting Coliseum, there are a total of 200,000 spectators. Basically, it's full, the Red Witch answered. Hearing the Red Witch's words, Ling Zhao's gaze passed through the gap of the corridor and looked forward. This Beast Fighting Coliseum was no different from the one Ling Zhao had seen before. It was just a little bigger. There was a deep valley below. The lowest point of the spectator stand was about 10 meters away. There was only one entrance to the deep valley. A huge iron gate blocked it. It seemed that there were 7 or 8 iron gates. The monsters entered the arena from there. As for the challengers, once they entered the arena, they could go down the stairs. Once the fight begins, it will be a fight to the death. Ling Zhao, you are a Samsara warrior, so you should have encountered similar places before. Unless one of them is killed, the battle will not stop. The Red Witch lamented. Because of this, many of the dragon cult's disciples have died here. But it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm. This was because battling with the demonic beast here would not only allow them to hone their martial skills, but they would also be able to obtain spirit stones as a reward. If you can become the weekly champion, or even the monthly champion, or even the annual champion, you will be rewarded with special items in addition to spirit stones. Forget it. If it were any other time, I would come here to play. But today, you know why I'm here. Ling Zhao was most worried about Xiao Jin. He didn't know how Xiao Jin was doing right now, and whether or not he was safe. Stay here for now. If you trust me, then wait. I've already sent people to investigate. We'll soon know where your pet Xiao Jin is. Mu Qin said. I believe you. Ling Zhao was not an impulsive person. He knew that even if he wanted to make a scene here, he had to find Xiao Jin first. Otherwise, if others used Xiao Jin to threaten him, he would have to hold back. Well, since you trust me, then sit down first. Although this is a trap, I'll try my best to protect you. After all, you saved my life. Mu Qin paid enough spirit stones, so she obtained the privilege of sitting in the front row. According to the rules of the beast fighting arena, no matter what your status was, you had to pay spirit stones to come here. Even Mu Qin was no exception. However, there were still benefits to having a high status. For example, the Red Witch was the disciple of the first sect elder, and Mu Qin was the disciple of vice sect master Xiao Muyu. Therefore, they naturally received a lot of care, and no one dared to snatch their seats. As for Ling Zhao, although many people looked down on him, it didn't change the fact that he was the last disciple of sect master Chen Bai, and had once defeated the third sect elder. The three of them had just sat down. The battle had already ended. This time, the demon beast won. It was a huge black tiger that was tearing at the body of a warrior. In front of more than 100,000 people, it ate the warrior alive. This scene was really cruel. However, what welcomed it was the wild cheers of the crowd. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that the demon sect was indeed the demon sect. Although the sect master of the dragon cult, Chen Bai, was a good person, the dragon cult's ferocity and viciousness were not fake. Of course, in Ling Zhao's opinion, this kind of thing would be done by the high and mighty royal family of the Chen kingdom, let alone the demon sect. It was even more excessive and cruel than this. If this was considered a demon, then the royal family, and the people in high positions were the real demons. Senior Sister Mu Qin, you're our senior brother Yanlan's woman. How can you lower yourself to be with such a wild man? Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded behind them. Ling Zhao, Mu Qin, and the Red Witch all turned their heads. Only then did they realize that there was a young man in a brocade robe sitting behind them. This person's strength was not ordinary, but his arrogant face made people feel very uncomfortable. And you, Red Witch, don't forget that you're the disciple of the first sect elder. How can you be with that guy? An upper disciple? Ling Zhao could see that this person's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he judged that he was definitely an upper disciple. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't dare to speak to Mu Qin and the Red Witch like this. He's one of Vice Sect Master Yanlan's disciples. He's also known as one of the 10 demon sons of the dragon cult. His name is Yunluan. Mu Qing's expression was very calm as she explained to Ling Xiao. What's the 10 demon sons? Aren't only the successors of the sect master qualified to be called demon sons? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's what it is. They're just 10 guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these 10 people are led by Yunlan. They're all upper disciples and are very powerful. Mo Ying is also one of them. However, Mo Ying's ranking is second only to Yunlan. This Yunluan is relatively weak. He's only ranked 10th. Mu Qing explained. How dare he speak to you like that? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's all because senior sister Mu Qing indulges these guys too much. Senior sister Mu Qing is probably the person in the dragon cult who doesn't look like a demon at all. Sigh, she's a bit like Vice Sect Master Shamuyu. The Red Witch said indignantly. In addition, that Yunluan is Yunlan's cousin. That's why he's so arrogant. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. Since Mu Qing didn't care, why should he care? Chapter 2748. Hee, that wild man must be Ling Xiao. I've heard of him. You're here for that beast of a brother of yours, aren't you? Yunluan's words were very unpleasant. What wild man? What beast? They were all insults. However, because Ling Xiao had to wait for Xiao Jin's news, he was too lazy to argue with him for the time being and ignored this idiot. Unexpectedly, Yunluan really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, he sneered and said, I heard that you want to challenge Mo Ying and say that you want to learn the magic dragon's phantom in a month? Heh, please don't die before that happens. In the dragon cult, there are many people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. See him make a fool of himself? He was afraid that the one who would be laughed at would be Mo Ying. Not to mention a month, he had already learned the magic dragon's phantom. It was just that others didn't know. Ignoring him was actually the best counterattack to this kind of idiot. An upper disciple had a high status. In addition, Yunluan was one of Phoenix in the Cloud's personal disciples. Therefore, he had always been very arrogant, condescending, and self-righteous. In his eyes, as long as he spoke, others had to bow their heads and listen obediently. At the very least, they couldn't ignore him. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. This made Yunluan's mocking smile instantly stiffen on his face. His gaze also became gloomy. You dog! Are you deaf? How dare you not answer me? Yunluan stood up angrily and roared at Ling Xiao. The Red Witch looked at Ling Xiao curiously but found that Ling Yan's eyes were still staring at the iron gate. Ling Xiao was wondering if his good brother Xiao Jin was behind this iron gate. His silence completely enraged Yunluan, making him a little mad. Yunluan began to fly into a rage and released a cold, murderous aura. Why was he angry? Because many people around him were looking at him. He was actually ignored by a newcomer. Did he still want face? Shut up! Suddenly, Mu Qing stood up, turned around to look at Yunluan, and shouted in a stern voice. Idiot, don't you feel like a mad dog that bites everyone it sees? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue? In many people's minds, Mu Qing was a gentle and refined girl who didn't fit in with the dragon cult. But they seemed to have overlooked one thing. The reason why Mu Qing didn't get angry was because she was more tolerant. When something went beyond her tolerance level, she could be more brutal than anyone else. Yunluan was stunned. His expression was extremely awkward. His breathing also became rapid. Mu Qing actually dared to call him a dog? No one had ever dared to do this before. What? Did I scold you wrongly? You are not only a mad dog, but also a stupid dog. Since she had already started cursing, Mu Qing did not give Yunluan any face. Her face was full of mockery, and the sarcasm in her words was very obvious. Ling Xiao was able to defeat the third elder, and he wasn't afraid of Mo Ying's provocation. Could it be that you think you're stronger than the third elder? Or stronger than Mo Ying? What a joke. It's fine if you shout a few times, but you actually want others to respond to you. In front of him, who do you think you are? Mu Qing had never been so emotional for a man before. But today she did. To be honest, although Ling Xiao had objectively saved her life, that saving grace was not enough for her to protect Ling Xiao like this. It could only be said that in her heart, other feelings had arisen. Yun Luan's expression was ferocious to the extreme. He stared at Mu Qing and said word by word, "Do you know what it means to insult me? I am the disciple of Vice Sect leader Yun, and also Yun Lan's cousin. And one of the 10 devil's sons. Idiot, I am also the disciple of Vice Sect leader Xiao Muyu, and one of the 3 genius disciples of the dragon cult. Ling Xiao is the last disciple of the sect leader. What do you have to be proud of?" Mu Qing looked at Yun Luan coldly and said, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are Yun Lan's cousin. If you keep talking, I'll cut off your tongue and feed it to the turtles. You self-righteous piece of trash. You think you can rely on the fame of Yun Lan and Phoenix in the Cloud to intimidate others? Do you really think you're something? You think you're a fierce tiger, but in the eyes of others, you're nothing more than a dog." Mu Qing's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, they also reminded Yun Luan of the kind of person he was facing. Yun Luan's mind was in complete chaos. It was at this point that a heaven-shaking roar could be heard coming from within the arena. An enormous draconic beast stepped through the iron gates and into the arena. Riding on the draconic beast was a middle-aged man, who appeared to be quite strong. Apparently, that draconic roar had come from none other than this draconic beast. "I can't believe it's a draconic beast. It's said that draconic beasts like that are born with the power of a single star and 10 levels of hell. They can even reach the life-seizing level. That's right. This draconic beast is at the peak of the first star and the 11th level of hell. It won't be easy to deal with." Although many of the spectators were terrified of the draconic beast, they were also very excited. After all, draconic beasts had incredibly tough shells, and could use Earth-type secret magics. They were incredibly strong. If they could get their hands on one of these draconic beasts as a mount, it would be a huge help to them. But it's still too strong. Other than a handful of geniuses, who would dare to fight a draconic beast like this? If there is, it's going to be very exciting. Yun Luan and Mu Qing should be strong enough to do that. Don't forget there's still Ling Xiao. He defeated the 3rd elder. I didn't see him defeat the 3rd sect lord with my own eyes. But judging from the level of his cultivation base, I don't think he has the guts to fight Yun Luan or Mu Qing. Everyone was talking about the draconic beast, and clearly, they were afraid of it. Everyone who was familiar with the draconic beast knew that it had already eaten quite a few challengers. "If I keep winning, will Little Gold be released?" Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Probably. Those guys can't wait to see you and Little Gold kill each other. Maybe you don't have to win all the time. As long as you kill this Earth Dragon beast, Little Gold might be released." "That's a good idea. Then I'll kill this draconic beast." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man riding the draconic beast announced, "It has the combat strength of the advanced stage of the 11th level of hell, and it has already won 99 matches in a row. In other words, 99 martial artists have died under its claws." Hearing that, the spectators were in a mess. They knew very well what it meant to win 99 matches in a row. Whoever went up to fight this draconic beast would be courting death. "Ling Xiao, you'd better think about it. Although your idea is good, this draconic beast is too strong. If it really unleashes its full power, even a martial artist at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first rotation wouldn't be able to fight it." Chapter 2749. "Don't worry, Miss Mu. I'll be careful." Ling Xiao looked at the earthly dragon beast and activated his Tai Chi Eye. He planned to take a good look at the earthly dragon beast before he started the challenge. Only by knowing himself and his enemy would he be able to avoid losing his life due to carelessness during the battle. If a martial artist at the later stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 10,000 medium spiritual stones. If a martial artist below the later stage of Yin-Yang Realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 100,000 medium spiritual stones. I'm sure everyone here knows that 10,000 medium spiritual stones are equivalent to 1 million lower spiritual stones. But in fact, no one would be willing to exchange medium spiritual stones for lower spiritual stones unless they're really short of money. The middle-aged man's voice sounded slowly, full of temptation. Of course, the temptation came from the generous reward. Damn, 100,000 medium spiritual stones! That's more tempting than 10 million lower spiritual stones! That's right. Martial artists at level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm usually have a few hundred medium spiritual stones, or at most a few thousand. If he really wins, he'll be rich. Haha, he needs to be alive to spend it. Haven't you heard that 99 people have already died under the claws of the earthly dragon beast? Everyone knew what 100,000 medium spiritual stones meant. But the problem was, who would dare to bet with their lives if they weren't confident at all? The current Ling Xiao had to consume a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. It would be a waste if he didn't take the 100,000 medium spiritual stones. Moreover, he could make the other party release Xiao Jin. This was killing two birds with one stone, so he naturally had to do it. Thinking of this, he stood up and said loudly, "I'll challenge the earthly dragon beast." His voice was very loud and clear. Although the beast battle arena was rather chaotic and noisy, his voice was still heard by almost everyone. Attracted by the voice, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao. It's him. It's that arrogant guy. He wants to challenge the earthly dragon beast? Most of the people here knew Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had just joined the dragon cult, and he had directly participated in the selection for the promotion of an inferior disciple to an intermediate disciple, as well as the promotion of an intermediate disciple to an advanced disciple. Furthermore, in these two selections, he had consecutively defeated the 13th Prince, Lu Yan, Yin Shan, and the Red Witch. Especially in the selection for the upper substitute position, he fought against 29 people alone and still won. This left a deep impression on them. However, even though Ling Xiao was strong, these cultivators were not weak either. Some of their cultivations were even stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, they still didn't dare to take their lives lightly. Unless his chances of winning were over 60% to 70%. Even so, 99 of them had died in the battle, which meant that the earthly dragon beast's actual combat power might be stronger than what was shown on the surface. Ling Xiao was merely a martial artist in the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he defeat the earth dragon beast? One had to know that even martial artists of the same cultivation level did not dare to challenge him easily. Otherwise, the bestial battle arena would not give out such a generous reward. Seeing Ling Xiao stand up, Yun Luan and his gang of scoundrels, who were originally depressed and angry, actually felt better. Hee, this idiot. I was still thinking about how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. It's a pity. I wanted to see how senior brother Mo-ing would torture this kid. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. I'm afraid he's gone crazy from poverty. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not a small amount, but only a poor man like him would risk his life for these spirit stones. The upper disciples discussed animatedly. In short, they did not think highly of Ling Xiao. They felt that if Ling Xiao fought, he would be courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned to look at Yun Luan and the others. Finally, his gaze locked onto Yun Luan. Without a doubt, Yun Luan was the leader of these people, and they all listened to him. Honorable upper disciple, since you're so powerful, why don't we go down and have a competition? No need to be responsible for life and death. Ling Xiao's voice was still so loud and clear, still full of confidence. Just now, Yun Luan and the rest's voices were very loud, as if they were afraid that others could not hear. Because they wanted to deliberately insult Ling Xiao. And at this time, Ling Xiao's words, those people also heard it. This difficult problem was kicked to Yun Luan by Ling Xiao. Yun Luan's expression was somewhat awkward. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is the beast fighting arena, not the ring." Although that was what he said, the fact that he said such words showed that he was a coward. Because the beast fighting arena never stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to fight. He, a coward! I gave you a chance to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to accept it. Apart from barking wildly like a dog, what capabilities do you have to be cocky there? Ling Xiao's words were filled with thick sarcasm. This made Yun Luan's face become flushed red. It made him wish that he could immediately find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Feeling the mocking and disdainful gazes thrown at him from all around, he was even more embarrassed, humiliated, and angry. But he really did not dare to fight Ling Xiao one-on-one in public. Because he was afraid of death. The matter of Ling Xiao defeating the third sect elder was not fake. "You're simply asking to be humiliated." Mu Qing laughed softly without turning her head. "What 10 devil sons, it's just a title to boast about himself, extremely boring." At this time, the Red Witch also clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Wow, you're indeed the man I admire. Ling Xiao, you're too domineering, too powerful." To be honest, she did not dare to talk back to Yun Luan. But today, with Ling Xiao and Mu Qing around, she was not afraid of Yun Luan at all. Compared to Ling Xiao, Yun Luan was just like a clown. At this time, Ling Xiao did not care about Yun Luan, who was in an extremely awkward situation, and directly jumped into the arena. A distance of 10 meters was not dangerous to him at all. "Are you ready?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, I'm ready." Ling Xiao nodded. The middle-aged man immediately retreated to the arena. Then, from a distance, he chanted a spell and undid the seal on the earthly dragon beast. The moment the seal was undone, all the audience felt a gust of terrifying dragon force coming toward them. Some of the weaker guys were even stunned by the dragon force on the spot. They all felt the same way. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the dragon force, felt the horror of the dragon force even more. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. But he did not faint, and he did not even take a step back. There was a cold, murderous aura gradually released from his body. Roar! The earthly dragon beast seemed to feel Ling Xiao's murderous aura and roared at him. Obviously, it was a threat and also a threat. Although this earthly dragon beast did not have spiritual intelligence, it still had basic intelligence. Chapter 2750. The earthly dragon beast knew that it could only continue to live if it killed this young man. Once it won 100 battles in a row, it would be able to rest for a year. During this period, it would no longer have to be on tenterhooks. That was definitely a blessing for it. Therefore, it had to defeat this young man. Its sharp dragon eyes widened and shot out a terrifying light. The earthly dragon beast did not attack immediately. Instead, it moved slowly around Ling Xiao, as if it was looking for Ling Xiao's weakness. Ling Xiao stood there without even turning his body. He had already taken out the 8 immortal sword. A monster was a monster. Although it was powerful, it was not as smart as a human martial artist. Its combat skills could only rely on its instincts. Therefore, it was much easier to deal with it than to deal with the third sect elder. Ling Xiao only needed to use the 8 immortal sword. He did not need to use the Blood Thunder Overlord sword, Black Immortal sword, or Black Demon's sword. Humph, what a show-off! In the stands, Yun Luan snorted coldly, as if to show how capable he was or to cover up his embarrassment. However, what happened next made him even more embarrassed. The earthly dragon beast circled behind Ling Xiao and sped up all of a sudden. It leaped up and tried to grab Ling Xiao's back. This instantaneous speed was absolutely comparable to Ling Xiao's wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique. "That kid is dead meat! I told you so!" Yun Luan was still yelling, making himself the center of attention for the audience. However, Ling Xiao released his sword at this moment. A terrifying killing intent surged out in an instant and approached the earthly dragon beast's body. Shadow, Sword Demon! A sword demon appeared in an instant. The earthly dragon beast, which had already leaped into the air, suddenly turned back. It was even further away from Ling Xiao. The earthly dragon beast felt threatened by the terrifying murderous aura and sword aura. Therefore, it gave up its attack midway. Yun Wan's words came to an abrupt end. The excited expression on his face instantly froze. He, who was the center of attention, was now a fool in everyone's eyes. Damn it, how could this be? How could this be? Why did that idiotic earth dragon beast retreat? Yun Wan even felt like dying. He sat down awkwardly and didn't dare to make any more noise. Even if his master was Vice Sect Leader Yun couldn't afford to lose face like this. On the field, Ling Xiao could not help but squint his eyes and smile when he saw that his sword had stabbed into the ground. No wonder you were able to kill 99 warriors. Moreover, among these warriors, there was one who had a higher cultivation than you. With that brain of yours, I'm afraid you're about to become a spirit. Ling Xiao now understood that what stood in front of him was not just a demonic beast. Instead, it was a demonic beast whose intelligence was infinitely close to that of a human. He was only one step away from gaining sentience. Roar! The earthly dragon beast let out an even more ferocious roar. As it roared, its entire body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light as if it was wearing armor. This should be the Earth-type secret technique you're most proficient in, right? Interesting. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He also transformed into the beast soul of the three-headed lava hound. Magma had a restraining effect on the Earth-type secret technique. It could turn the armor made of Earth-type elements into magma. After transforming, he withdrew the 8 immortal swords. In this transformed state, he wanted to fight the earthly dragon beast at close range. Only when his fist hit his flesh would he be able to improve his cultivation. Seeing the transformation of Ling Xiao's body, the earthly dragon beast was unwilling to wait any longer. It leaped up again and pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat in the face of its attack. Instead, he let out a roar and charged forward. He didn't use any sword moves. Ling Xiao's magma-covered palms met the earthly dragon beast's sharp claws. Lunatic! Seeing this, the warriors on the spectator stand were stunned. He abandoned his sword and used his palms to fight the earthly dragon beast. Is there something wrong with him? Yes, there's something wrong with him. He's too complacent. He's dead meat now. People thought that Ling Xiao was too complacent. Did he think he could win just because he forced the earthly dragon beast to retreat with one sword move? How could he use such a method to fight the ferocious monster? He was simply courting death. They watched this scene coldly. Most of them hoped to see Ling Xiao being torn to pieces by the earthly dragon beast's claws. Only the Red Witch and Mu Qing were nervous. Perhaps they were confused because they were too concerned. Finally, the palms and the sharp claws collided. Many people imagined that Ling Xiao would be torn to pieces, but it didn't happen. What they saw was the fleshy palm easily blocking the sharp claws. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was, the earthly dragon beast seemed to have suffered great injuries and let out a shrill cry. What happened? How could he hurt the earthly dragon beast in a head-on collision? What's this guy's body made of? People looked at the battle in the field in amazement, not knowing what to say. Ling Xiao had displayed his valiant and unexpected battle prowess time and time again. This caused many people to feel a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times in the face. At this time, it was better to just shut up and avoid causing trouble for himself. Ling Xiao had taken the initiative and wouldn't let the earthly dragon beast retreat easily. His body suddenly crashed into the earthly dragon beast's abdomen. At that moment, everyone saw hot magma burning on his body. The earthly dragon beast tried to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao's speed was simply too fast. Roar! Another shrill cry was heard. The air was filled with the smell of burnt fur. I get it. It's the power of lava. His beast soul transformation should be a three-headed lava hound. With the help of the top-level lava combat body, he's covered in a layer of power of lava. It's the perfect counter to the earthly dragon beast. The earthly dragon beast was burned. That's why it let out such a shrill cry. There were still people in the crowd who understood. After watching for a long time, they finally knew why the earthly dragon beast was so miserable. 99 battles. Those martial artists tried their best to find a way to break the earthly dragon beast's defense but failed. However, Ling Xiao did it so casually in front of everyone. It was really enviable. The key isn't the power of lava. In fact, someone used the same method in the past but failed. The key is this kid's strength. He's so strong. It seems that the rumor that he defeated the third sect elder is true. The people in the crowd continued to explain so that everyone knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. At this time, Yun Luan and the others were in a terrible mood. Their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were flickering. Because of fear and anger. Ling Xiao's strength was completely different from what they imagined. Chapter 2751. I thought he would only rely on his sharp blade to win. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying even without a sword. Yun Luan's heart was trembling. If he had agreed to fight Ling Xiao to the death, what would the consequences be now? Just the thought of it was terrifying. He kept saying that Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing who was here to die. However, he now realized how ridiculous he was. Ling Xiao's attainments in martial arts were much higher than his. Even if his cultivation was not as good as his, he was definitely not someone he could contend with. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. He saw the truth, but he was unwilling to believe it. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this idiot's reaction. All his thoughts were on the ferocious earthly dragon beast in front of him. The lava power could restrain the earth armor and injure the earthly dragon beast. However, it was really difficult to get rid of this guy like this. However, Ling Xiao had to do this. Because what he wanted was a weak earthly dragon beast. The Tyrant blood demonic dragon had to be upgraded. Otherwise, it would be useless in the future. One of the two reasons Ling Xiao challenged this earthly dragon beast was to let the Tyrant blood demonic dragon devour this earthly dragon beast. In this way, he could upgrade the Tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul. Each of his punches landed squarely on the earthly dragon beasts. Although it was not very kind, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to have any sympathy. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped attacking. The earthly dragon beast was lying on the ground and was dying. Your soul will continue to live in my beast soul. After saying that, a Tyrant blood demonic dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. The earthly dragon beast's beast soul was sucked in. Ling Xiao actually sat down cross-legged in the arena in front of everyone and began to cultivate. He wanted the earthly dragon beast's beast soul and the Tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul to merge perfectly. At that moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen. A moment later, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did he beat the earthly dragon beast to the point that it couldn't fight back, but he even wanted to devour the earthly dragon beast's soul. Stop! The middle-aged man seemed to have realized something. He suddenly jumped down from the stand to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast's beast soul. At this time, Ling Xiao's devouring was at a critical moment. If he could successfully stop it, not only would he make Ling Xiao's previous efforts go to waste, he might even injure Ling Xiao. There was a cold and cruel smile on the man's face. He didn't seem to want to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast's soul. Instead, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a beautiful light yellow figure appeared in front of him. You can't touch him. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently. But he is breaking the rules of my beast fighting coliseum. The middle-aged man was somewhat fearful of Mu Qing. Rules? As far as I know, the rules of the beast fighting coliseum state that the corpse belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. But it doesn't say that the beast's soul belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. Mu Qing said indifferently. You are twisting words and forcing logic. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. Mu Qing, don't forget that this is the territory of the first elder and vice leader Yun's shares. Do you want to mess around? Rules are rules. How can you say that I am twisting words and forcing logic? You can only blame yourselves for not thinking that someone could absorb a beast's soul like this. Mu Qing sneered. When the middle-aged man was about to fly into a rage again, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stood up slowly. The grade of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast's soul had finally become 1 star with 12 levels of hell. In this way, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast's soul, which was originally only useful in the battle, could also increase Ling Xiao's combat strength. Not only that, after fusing with the earthly dragon beast's soul, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only 1 step away from the late stage of the 11 levels of hell. Now that the energy had been accumulated, all he needed was a burst of power to stimulate him. I've swallowed the earthly dragon beast's soul, so I don't want the reward. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man, then turned around and jumped back onto the spectator stand. Mu Qing also followed him back to his seat. The middle-aged man didn't care about the earthly dragon beast's soul in the first place. He just wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Now that there was no chance, he naturally wouldn't pursue this matter any further. After ordering his subordinates to carry the earthly dragon beast's body away, the middle-aged man looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Next, I will make you suffer. These words were naturally muttered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He turned around and walked into the huge iron gate to lead the other demonic beast. After a while, the iron gate opened again. The middle-aged man stood on top of a demonic bird and flew into the arena. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He couldn't be wrong, that was Xiao Jin. However, at this moment, Xiao Jin had already been tortured enough. Basically, it was covered in wounds. Although it didn't hurt its core, one could imagine the pain and psychological torture that the wounds on its body caused Xiao Jin. There was only killing intent in Xiao Jin's eyes. However, this killing intent seemed to be numb, as if it had been hit by someone's illusion. Illusion was also a kind of secret technique. Only warriors with extremely powerful soul power could use it. It could make a target listen to you or live in the illusion you created. Ling Xiao didn't know what Xiao Jin was seeing, but he knew in his heart that Xiao Jin must be in great pain. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body released a terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Mu Qing and the Red Witch, who were sitting beside him, were so scared that their faces turned pale. Is that Xiao Jin? I almost couldn't recognize it. It was actually tortured to such a state. I'm afraid it can't even use half of its strength. Mu Qing's face was also pale. If her friend was tortured to such a state, she would definitely be furious. Therefore, she understood Ling Xiao's actions very well. Xiao Jin, the beast, is the latest beast that our arena got. Its strength should be at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell in the first rotation of the Yin-Yang realm. As long as a warrior below this level kills it, they will be rewarded with 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This reward was obviously higher than the previous Earth Dragon Beast. Ling Xiao understood what these guys wanted to do. They wanted to force him to make a move. If he didn't, Xiao Jin would die under the cruel attacks. It would die in front of him. I'll challenge it. Yun Luan immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. Of course, he knew that Xiao Jin was Ling Xiao's battle pet. However, he still wanted to do this because he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. He couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, but dealing with a demonic beast that was already half crippled was still a piece of cake. Do you want to make a move? Mu Qing asked Ling Xiao. Chapter 2752. Don't make a move yet. Xiao Jin is under the control of the illusion. I need to break the illusion on his body first. Help me keep an eye on him. If Xiao Jin's life is in danger, it won't be too late to make a move. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he closed his eyes. His source spirit flew out from his head and floated into the arena. If he couldn't break the illusion on Xiao Jin, then even if he saved Xiao Jin, he would be in big trouble. So Ling Xiao had to be calm now. Coward! Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't react, Yun Luan was even more proud. He jumped into the arena and looked at the middle-aged man. All right, you can break the seal now. Young Master Yunluan, are you sure you want to challenge this guy? Although this beast is half crippled, there is a terrifying energy in his body. It's not easy to deal with, the middle-aged man reminded him. It could be seen that the middle-aged man knew Yunluan and knew that he was Yunlan's cousin and Phoenix in the Cloud's disciple. He couldn't bear the consequences of Yunluan being killed. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Yunluan waved his hand and said, All right, since it's like this, then this subordinate will follow your orders. In the stands, Mu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said, You better hurry up, otherwise Xiao Jin will be in trouble. Why? Although Ling Xiao's source spirit flew out, he still had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to control his body. He could still talk to Mu Qing. Yunluan's strength is definitely not Xiao Jin's opponent. Even if Xiao Jin is half crippled, he still has a terrifying skill. Yunluan won't be able to take advantage of him. It's not that reason. Mu Qing shook his head and said, You know, Vice Sect Leader Yun has shares in this place. In fact, the second and first elders are just watching over the place for Vice Sect Leader Yun. The real boss here is Vice Sect Leader Yun. Could it be that they dare to cheat? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If that's the case, then he will have to make a move first. Cheating is too normal. The rules of the Beast Fighting Coliseum are only set for others. How could their own people abide by them? Moreover, if the middle-aged man is cheating, there are not many people who can see through it. Even if they can see it, there's no evidence to prove it. In the end, it'll be left unsettled. Got it. I'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao no longer spoke and focused all his energy on dispelling the illusion. He absolutely believed Mu Qing's words. With the shamelessness of this group of people, what could they not do? At this moment, Yunluan was already standing in front of Xiao Jin. She raised her head arrogantly, and looked down at the wounded Xiao Jin with disdain. However, at the instant when the seal was opened, a voice rang out. Xiao Jin's body suddenly emitted a vicious aura, a murderous aura that made people tremble. The large golden bird, which seemed to be half dead, had a pair of sharp eyes that made people feel cold all over. Chaotic Cloud was so scared that he took a step back. His originally arrogant head could no longer be held up so high. Chirp! Suddenly, a voice colder than death came from Xiao Jin's mouth. In that instant, he dashed out, his huge body pouncing towards Yunluan. Although it was under the illusion, Xiao Jin's purpose in being placed in the arena was to fight. Like all the other demonic beasts, he could only save his own life by killing the opponent in front of him. Xiao Jin was transformed by Ling Yan. He had absolute human intelligence. Even the other demonic beasts knew this. How could he not know? So fast! Seeing Xiao Jin pounce towards him, Chaotic Cloud was frightened. He waved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. The weapon he used was the same as Ling Xiao's. They were both swords. However, it was just a formality. In the Demon Dragon religion, the reason why many martial artists used swords was actually because of the Demon Dragon's sword. Therefore, regardless of whether it was suitable for them to use swords, they used them in the end. Boom! Xiao Jin's claws slammed onto the sharp sword. Then, Chaotic Cloud's body was sent flying like a piece of trash. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Blood flowed from his mouth. He was arrogant, but because of a moment of carelessness, the half-dead Xiao Jin took him down first. Chaotic Cloud was both furious and terrified. Suddenly, a white cloud appeared behind him. That was his martial spirit. The Cloud martial spirit was a very special martial spirit. If it was not developed well, it would be useless. It could not compare to other martial spirits at all. However, if it was developed well, it would definitely not be worse than any natural martial spirit. Float! With a loud shout from Chaotic Cloud's mouth, his body floated up like a cloud. The wind blew and he was instantly several meters away. Xiao Jin's second attack hit the wall directly, and did not hit Chaotic Cloud. However, it still scared Chaotic Cloud so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This Chaotic Cloud is worthy of being one of the 10 Devil Sons. Although he brags too much, his development of the cloud martial spirit is quite good. It's a pity that with this kind of talent, not to mention compared to him, even compared to Ling Yan before he became Xiao Jin, he has no advantage. Although Ling Zhao's eyes were closed, his source spirit was always by Xiao Jin's side. While helping Xiao Jin get rid of the illusion, he also tried his best to help Xiao Jin when possible. Xiao Jin seemed to have gone crazy. He did not feel any of Chaotic Cloud's actions. He locked onto Chaotic Cloud's position and rose into the air again. He flapped his wings and a blazing feeling attacked Chaotic Cloud. Damn, didn't you say that he was already half crippled? Why does this guy still look so fierce? Chaotic Cloud could not believe that he had already used his martial spirit. How could this bird make him unable to fight back? I don't believe this. He was really angry. The long sword in his hand stabbed down. He wanted to fight Xiao Jin head-on. He did not believe that he could not even defeat a half-crippled animal. However, the moment the sword in Xiao Jin's claws touched, a terrifying expression appeared on Chaotic Cloud's face. The sword in his hand. That was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. In the end, it was completely melted by the blazing light. This kind of heat instantly rose and rushed towards his arms. He was shocked and turned to run. However, that terrifying heat still burned his entire right hand. He screamed in pain and ran even faster. However, when he flew into the air, he was knocked down by a protective wall. Once a fight began in the arena, it would naturally form a thick protective wall. It was to prevent the monsters and warriors inside from leaving. It was also to prevent people from outside from interfering with the fight. This is bad. Chaotic Cloud, who had been knocked down, had completely lost his mind. He did not even know how to escape. At this very moment, Xiao Jin had already appeared near him. His sharp claws were raised once again as he clawed at his head. My life is over. Yun Luan had never thought that he would be defeated by a bird that was not even worth mentioning. Now, he was on the verge of losing his life. Chapter 2753. Xiao Jin's performance was too impressive. He was not like those monsters who could only attack based on instinct. All of his attacks seemed to be premeditated. Yun Luan was led by the nose by Xiao Jin from the beginning. Enough! Just as Yun Luan was about to die under Xiao Jin's claws, a voice suddenly came from the spectator stands. The middle-aged man who brought Xiao Jin out from behind the iron gate appeared in the arena. He was a member of the animal arena, so he could enter and leave freely. Yun Luan was injured and one of his hands was crippled. That was something that even he could not react to. However, he could not let Yun Luan lose his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Jin heard that voice and stopped abruptly. He was only one step away from killing Yun Luan, but he had to stop because of his order. This was because of the influence of the illusion. Damned illusion! Why did he stop? The spectators were confused. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground, let out a long sigh. He was almost killed by a monster. This was simply a great humiliation. Evil creature, you can leave now. This battle ends here. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly and said indifferently. Shameless. You really use such tricks. Didn't they say that the battle would only end when one side died? Someone in the spectator stands shouted. There were many people who came to the animal arena. They were not necessarily from the dragon cult. However, they could be allies or friends. Originally, the rules of the animal arena were there and no one had the right to violate them. When their loved ones were about to be killed, they had also requested to stop the battle. However, the owner of the animal arena did not care about it. What was going on now? Were they going to break the rules? They would not agree. All right, since you want to continue, then let's continue. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground with a face full of fear, suddenly had a ferocious expression on his face when he saw Xiao Jin being stopped by the middle-aged man. He suddenly stood up, took out a sword from his storage ring, and stabbed at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin could not resist because of the middle-aged man's order. As a result, he was stabbed in the body. The sword pierced through Xiao Jin's body and blood flowed out. "Ha ha ha, die, you beast!" Chaotic Cloud laughed crazily. The long sword stirred inside Xiao Jin's body. He wanted Xiao Jin to taste the pain he had tasted before. This was an obvious violation of the rules, but the middle-aged man turned a blind eye to it, as if he didn't see anything. He was conniving. Scram! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ling Zhao's killing intent soared to the sky from the stands. Many people even saw a huge shadow appear on his body. The face of the black figure could not be seen clearly, but its expression was incomparably ferocious and terrifying, as if it wanted to kill everything in front of it. "Get lost?" Chaotic Cloud looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, "I'm standing here bullying it. What can you do?" Lowly commoners were indeed lowly commoners. To think that they would treat demonic beasts as friends. As expected, they were all ordinary beasts. Ridiculous! This kind of beast should be tortured to death. His laughter was extremely loud, and his expression was extremely pleased. This was because he was not afraid of Ling Xiao at this moment. Not to mention that the middle-aged man beside him was powerful. He had already reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 11 in the first rotation and was the second elder's most capable assistant. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would definitely make a move. Just the protective barrier above the arena alone was not something Ling Xiao could break. Feeling pleased, he suddenly pulled out the sword in his hand and stabbed at Xiao Jin again. However, this time, Xiao Jin moved. It suddenly dodged Chaotic Cloud's sword and clawed at Chaotic Cloud's arm. The sharp claws instantly crippled Yunwan's arm. "Impossible!" The middle-aged man frowned. Xiao Jin was controlled by the illusion, and would never disobey his orders. Could it have broken the illusion? Of course, he didn't know that the reason why Ling Xiao suddenly went crazy was because Xiao Jin's illusion had been broken. Next, it was his turn. "Senior, save me!" Chaotic Cloud was suddenly attacked by Little Gold, and had one of his arms broken. He screamed in fear. The middle-aged man nodded. In a flash, he was already in front of Chaotic Cloud, blocking Xiao Jin's attack path. Xiao Jin's attack stopped abruptly, and it pulled away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's strength was not something it could handle. Although the illusion had been broken, its strength could be unleashed. However, due to its serious injuries, its current strength was only 60 to 70% of its previous strength. It was impossible for it to defeat the middle-aged man. "Evil creature, although I don't know how you broke the illusion, you'll still end up dead." The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly. This sudden accident was very difficult for him to understand, but he soon calmed down. This was the arena, deputy sect leader Yan's place, and he was protected by the first and second elders. Who would dare to cause trouble? "It's not up to you to decide what will happen to him." Ling Xiao suddenly leaped into the air and punched the protective barrier. The furious murderous aura turned the entire beast-fighting Colosseum blood red. "It's useless. You can't break that protective barrier," the middle-aged man said disdainfully. "Is that so? I don't think so." Boom! As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, his fist smashed hard on the protective barrier. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded. Then crack! The protective wall was smashed like glass, and a hole appeared in it. Ling Xiao passed through the hole and jumped into the arena. "You said I can't break it? Now that I've broken it, what can you do?" Standing in front of Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. Chaotic Cloud must die. This person must die too. No one could live well after humiliating and persecuting his brother. No one could. "Boss!" Xiao Jin lowered his head in pain, feeling extremely guilty. He had been captured, causing Ling Xiao to fall into the trap set up by someone else. He really hated himself for being so useless. Ever since he became brothers with Ling Xiao in Yuhua Town, Ling Yan received a lot of care from Ling Xiao. For him, Ling Xiao barged into the 5th level of the Ghost Prison and became enemies with the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain. For him, Ling Xiao even became enemies with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. For him, Ling Xiao became enemies with the higher-ups of the dragon cult. Now, it seems that the things he did for Ling Xiao were really insignificant. His heart was in pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be implicated by him. "Silly brother!" Ling Xiao gently patted Xiao Jin's head and said with a smile, "You can die for me, and I can also give up everything for you. Why do we need to say such nonsense between brothers?" "That's right, brother. Life and death brothers. In life, with such a brother, what more could one ask for?" Ling Xiao was like that. Xiao Jin was like that. Chapter 2754. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao coldly and took a step forward. "No matter what your relationship with this beast is, he is now our beast fighting arena's goods. You'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Goods?" Ling Xiao frowned and asked coldly. "That's right. This beast has the mark of our beast fighting arena. He belongs to our beast fighting arena. I hope you don't become our enemy because of this beast. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Even if you are the last disciple of the sect leader, you won't be able to leave easily," the middle-aged man said coldly. "Ridiculous. If I leave my mark on your body, then you will also be my goods?" Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. His words made the middle-aged man's eyes narrow into slits. A dense murderous aura suddenly erupted. "You're courting death. It's not the first time someone said that. But in the end, the one who died was not me," Ling Xiao said coldly. "The one who should die is you." After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. The Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul had just advanced because it had swallowed the Earth Dragon Beast. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. Immediately, the 8 immortal sword appeared in his hand. The cold blade whistled in the biting cold wind. The middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. His cultivation was even higher than the third sect elder. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, this guy's combat strength was probably not much higher than the third sect elder. The third sect elder's secret soul technique was the most terrifying. Even if his cultivation was higher than his, he might not be his opponent. Ling Xiao was sure that the person in front of him did not have that mysterious power. Don't think that just because you defeated the third sect elder, you can do whatever you want in the dragon cult. To me, you're just a frog in a well." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His body trembled slightly and his figure suddenly flashed. His body turned into a gust of wind and a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the killing intent released by Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Xiao. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Whoosh! The 8 immortal sword in Ling Xiao's hand shone with a dazzling cold light as it instantly pierced towards his opponent. Cold killing intent and sharp killing intent exploded in the air. Petty tricks! The middle-aged man completely ignored Ling Xiao's sword. That pair of fleshy palms actually hit the long sword directly, and then strange sparks burst out, as ear-piercing as the sound of metal clashing. In the next instant, the middle-aged man pointed with his left hand, aiming for Ling Xiao's Shanzhong acupoint. Ling Xiao frowned and released the sprite commandeering lightning shield with his left hand. A shield flashing with lightning formed in front of him. The middle-aged man's finger pointed at the lightning shield and directly pierced through it. However, when it landed on Ling Xiao's body, it had basically lost its power. It couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's protective elemental energy. However, this attack made Ling Xiao understand that his opponent was very strong. Although he didn't have the mysterious secret skill of the third sect elder, his head-on combat strength was still very terrifying. Everyone in the audience could see that the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and this middle-aged man was too great. It was already very rare to be able to block the middle-aged man's attack. It was simply impossible for them to win. "Ling Xiao, I'll help you buy time. Take little gold away." Mu Qing stood up and said loudly. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man with a determined gaze. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took another step forward. The sharp blade stabbed out again. He couldn't retreat. Behind him was Little Gold, his good brother. He couldn't escape either. Today, he had to make everyone understand that he would make anyone pay the price for offending and harming his brothers. A terrible price. Today, he would transform into a terrifying demon and make everyone tremble. Escape? They're the ones who should escape, not me. Ling Xiao didn't want to use the move of the bloody rat demon, but for his brother, he didn't hesitate. If it was really necessary, he wouldn't mind. However, it didn't seem necessary now. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was powerful, he still had many trump cards. The bloody rat demon was only one of them. He prepared it to deal with Phoenix in the cloud. In the arena, the cold and murderous aura formed a terrifying storm that kept spreading. The middle-aged man sneered. You want us to escape? You really think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Today, from the moment you entered the arena, your future was decided. Only death awaits you. You're just at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. Not to mention killing me, it would be difficult for you to even take one of my attacks. I really don't know where you get the courage to speak like that. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're Qinbai's disciple? He probably can't even protect himself now. You really did make a move on Master. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong from the beginning. Qinbai was staying in the dragon cult and was about to cultivate him, but he suddenly left. There were many things that made him confused. Now it seemed that Phoenix in the cloud had indeed set a trap for Qinbai. Although he didn't know what kind of trap it was, Qinbai might really be doomed. Master, you must take care. Disciple will find you after I destroy them. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that the key to him staying in the dragon cult was Qinbai. If Qinbai died, then there was no need for him to continue staying here. Senior, wouldn't it be too easy to kill an arrogant guy like Ling Xiao? At this moment, chaotic clouds once again became arrogant. With the middle-aged man backing him up, his timid mood instantly vanished into thin air. Oh? What do you think, young Master Chaotic Cloudy? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Doesn't he like to associate with those evil beasts? Then let him stay in the form of a beast forever and become an animal in the arena. Chaotic Cloudy sneered. I believe that Master will be happy to see that. Ha ha ha, young Master Chaotic Cloudy's idea is good. This kid likes beast soul transformation. And he calls those evil beasts brothers. It should be good to let him be an animal. Moreover, his killing intent is so dense and his strength is not bad. He should be able to become the star of our arena. The middle-aged man laughed very happily. He really wanted to try this kind of thing. That's right, a lowly commoner like him shouldn't climb above our heads. Chaotic Cloudy's expression was full of ridicule and cold laughter. Ling Xiao wants to kill him. Xiao Jin wants to kill him. Fine, then I'll let you fend for yourselves in the beast arena. A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Gao's face. Even now, the idiot Chaotic Cloudy still doesn't understand the situation. Very well, wait until I kill this middle-aged man, then I'll kill you. Chapter 2755. Ling Zhao's sword stabbed out again. However, it was blocked by the middle-aged man again. This time, he was sent flying by the angry middle-aged man's palm. However, he only retreated 2 meters. He forced his body to take the middle-aged man's palm. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the expression on his face was still a cold smile. The middle-aged man frowned. The last thing he wanted to see was this kind of lunatic. A lunatic who was not afraid of death could do anything. Sister Mu Qing, why don't we go and help him? He's dying. On the stand, the Red Witch said anxiously. No, he said he could do it. Mu Qing shook her head and said, Don't you trust him the most? Then just watch. Our mission is to block the reinforcements, and not let others destroy his battle. She walked out of her seat and blocked the passage to the arena. She looked coldly at the arena guards who were about to swarm forward. "Whoever dares to take another step forward will be killed without mercy," she said coldly. Mu Qing's name was still very intimidating. In addition, the middle-aged man obviously had the upper hand. Therefore, the guards all chose to stop and quietly wait for the situation to change. Xiao Jin looked at his boss fighting desperately, and wanted to help. However, the mission Ling Xiao gave him was to heal his injuries. "Take the pill and recover to your peak strength in the shortest time possible. The enemy in a while may be even stronger." This was Ling Xiao's instruction. Xiao Jin did not dare to disobey. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. Now, facing the middle-aged man and Yun Luan, they were actually nothing. The truly powerful one might be the second elder or even the first elder. Therefore, Xiao Jin must recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only watch Ling Xiao fight to the death alone. He closed his eyes and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He guided the pill to all the cells in his body. The body of a demon beast had a strong recovery ability. In addition, he had the body of the devouring demon fetus and the soul of the golden crow. His recovery ability was even more terrifying. It would not take long for him to fully recover. At that time, he could go and help his boss fight together. However, Ling Xiao's battle was still going on. He attacked again and again, but was repelled again and again. Vomiting blood, Ling Xiao was like a madman, fearless. Mu Qing and the Red Witch could not stand it anymore. Even the middle-aged man was frowning. In the eyes of others he had the upper hand. However, only he himself knew best that each of his attacks had no intention of showing mercy. They were all aimed to kill Ling Xiao. Although he really wanted to turn Ling Xiao into an animal, he understood that it would be difficult to do so. That was why he was filled with killing intent. However, each attack only caused Ling Xiao to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Nothing else had changed. This lunatic was still pouncing on him again and again like a zombie that couldn't die or feel pain. "Is that all you've got? What a joke! What happened to that arrogant declaration you made earlier? Didn't you want to kill me? Give me something powerful." Ling Xiao simply abandoned the sword in his hand, and only used his demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul to face the middle-aged man. His face was covered in blood. However, his smile was extremely sinister. "Ah! You forced me to do this!" The middle-aged man originally thought that there was no need to use all his skills to deal with Ling Xiao. However, facing Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to do so. Even if the other party was a real zombie, he had to completely crush this guy. He clenched his hands into fists. A martial soul was released from his back. It was a fierce and domineering mastiff. Its huge body was almost comparable to a lion's. The moment the martial soul was released, the middle-aged man's strength skyrocketed. However, he did not seem to be ready to stop. Fuse! The strongest move of a beast soul was fusion. Once fused, the martial artist would erupt with several times or even more terrifying combat strength. After the martial soul fusion, the middle-aged man's body was obviously several times larger. Even his originally thin body had become muscular, as if he was a living little giant. "So it's really a dog. No wonder you're guarding someone's house." Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mocked. Yes, he was provoking. He wanted his opponent to have no time to think at all. This way, his opponent would continue to follow the rhythm he wanted. Die! As expected, the middle-aged man was furious. His whole body released an explosive force. Then, his body suddenly leaned forward. He pounced at Ling Xiao at an even more terrifying speed. Boom! Those sharp claws landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. It even scratched 10 bloody holes on Ling Xiao's body. The scene was very bloody. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not take a single step back. His body leaned backwards, and the moment he was about to touch the ground, he bounced back. A mouthful of blood, together with pieces of internal organs, spurted out and sprayed on the middle-aged man's face. However, Ling Xiao's face was still smiling. And his smile was even brighter. The middle-aged man wiped the dirt on his face. He was furious and terrified to the extreme. This attack was already his strongest attack, but it still failed to kill Ling Xiao. Was this guy really human? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to scare his opponent to death? His vitality is really tenacious. I can't believe he's still alive. I think his internal organs are shattered. What a lunatic. I'd rather fight with Moing than this lunatic. He's too crazy. In the spectator stands, many martial artists were shocked by Ling Xiao's actions. They had seen people who risked their lives, but they had never seen such a desperate person. Because he had a brother behind him, he would rather take all the attacks than take advantage of the momentum of retreating to reduce the damage. With such a brother, Xiao Jin was really worth it. However, was it really worth it for Ling Xiao to do so? How was he going to end this battle? Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Mother Asterisk Cur, it's true that wealth comes from danger. The reason why he laughed was because he had broken through. The reason why he gave up the sword in his hand just now was to let his opponent's strongest attack hit him. Although it was very risky, and he might have really died. However, Ling Xiao, this lunatic, had absolute confidence in himself. He had succeeded. Not only did he not die. Moreover, he had protected his brother and broken through at the same time. He was at the advanced stage of the 11th level of Hell in Yin-Yang transformation. Although this cultivation was not as high as the middle-aged man's, it was enough for Ling Xiao. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level. However, when Ling Xiao's cultivation was only one level away from his opponent, his actual combat strength had already surpassed his opponent. There was no doubt about that. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man was a little terrified. To thank you for helping me break through, I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 2756. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he suddenly moved. The middle-aged man felt threatened and turned around to escape. But he still could not escape from Ling Xiao's demonic dragon's claws. Ling Xiao's demonic dragon's claws grabbed the middle-aged man's head and said in a cold voice, "You shouldn't have helped Phoenix in the Cloud to torture my good brother. Die. After you die, I'll take good care of your martial spirit." A bright smile bloomed on his face. Then, the sound of a watermelon cracking could be heard. The middle-aged man's headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood started to spread. Devour! The three-headed lava-hound beast soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, the three heads devoured the middle-aged man's martial soul. Although Ling Xiao had the three-headed lava-hound beast soul not long ago, it was not enough for him to use now. Its level was too low and needed to be upgraded. He sat there cross-legged and started to merge the beast's souls. At this moment, the entire space fell into a dead silence. Countless people looked at the middle-aged man's headless corpse with fear. Ling Xiao, who was at the middle stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm, killed the middle-aged man who was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm just like that. Then, what was the purpose of the attacks that he endured at the beginning? This guy is indeed a lunatic. Mu Qing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Only she and a small number of warriors saw through Ling Xiao's motive. Of course, it was only after Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through that they suddenly realized this. But even more people felt like they were in a dream. On the path of martial arts in Yin-Yang Realm, the difference of a small level could result in a 10 times difference in combat power. Those who could challenge people of a higher level could be considered geniuses. As for Ling Xiao, the difference between him and his opponent was 2 realms. The difference in strength was so great. But he won. And it seemed like he won easily. What kind of genius was this guy? Many people did not dare to think about it. Many of them were loyal to Phoenix in the Cloud. Seeing such a genius like Ling Xiao, they naturally could not sit still. Not only is this fellow crazy, but he's also confident. He even has a defensive power that makes others jealous. People believed that if his defense wasn't strong enough, Ling Xiao would have been killed by the middle-aged man with that move. Perhaps this was the biggest reason why Ling Xiao dared to put down the sword in his hand, face his opponent head-on, and let his opponent attack him. No matter what, Ling Xiao won, and it was a surprising win. This middle-aged man was the most crucial part of Phoenix in the Cloud's plan. Now that he was dead, today's trap had become meaningless. Suddenly, Chaotic Clouds thrust his sword at Ling Xiao. He knew that if he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he wouldn't have another chance. Furthermore, once Ling Xiao completed the fusion, he would definitely kill him. He was only 4 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. At this distance, even if Mu Qing wanted to stop him, it would be impossible. Die at most, we'll die together! Chaotic Clouds saw that the tip of his sword was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao's throat. He was nervous and excited. If he could kill this guy before he died, it would be worth it. But could he really do it? Xiao Jin's eyes suddenly opened. Boss, it's my turn to protect you. The golden light directly ignored the 10 meters of distance between them. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yun Luan and pierced through his body. Burnt wounds appeared on Yun Luan's body. He was actually split into 2. No! No! Chaotic Clouds could not accept that he was killed by the bastard that he looked down on the most. And there wasn't even a complete corpse. Well done, Xiao Jin! At this moment, Ling Xiao had also completed the fusion of his martial souls. The level of the 3-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the level of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. In the future, his combat power would only be stronger. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill innocent people in the bestial battle arena? Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the spectator stand. Then, the hundreds of martial artists who were originally dressed as spectators all stood up. The owner of the roar was actually the second sect elder. And the hundreds of martial artists were all in the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. They were the most outstanding among the middle disciples. They were also the ones who had the highest chance of becoming an upper disciple. At the same time, they were also diehard fans of Phoenix in the Cloud. Second sect elder? Ling Xiao looked at him with contempt and said, Since you've been in the spectator stand all this time, you should be very clear about what happened here, right? Then why are you still talking nonsense? Killing innocent people? Are these 2 scumbags innocent? How dare you speak to the sect elder like that? One of the middle disciples shouted angrily. However, Ling Xiao's gaze shut him up instantly. It was too terrifying. That was not a gaze that a human should have. That was a demon, a madman. Ling Xiao, surrender obediently. We'll lock you up and wait for the sect leader to come back to deal with you. The second sect elder was also having a headache now. Ling Xiao actually killed that person. After all, that person's strength wasn't much weaker than his. Although Deputy Sect Leader Yun had ordered for Ling Xiao's life, the problem was, who could kill Ling Xiao now? Surrender? Are you an idiot? Unless Phoenix in the Cloud personally makes a move, who can stop me? Ling Xiao looked at the second sect elder with disdain and said, You'd better get out of here obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It could be said that no one in the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell was his match. Unless the other party's cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Therefore, there were not many people in the dragon cult who could really pose a threat to him now. Boss, it was the second sect elder who tricked me into going out. He said that you were attacked by Phoenix in the Cloud. I rushed out in a fit of anger, and was then attacked by the 2 of them. Xiao Jin said angrily. If it was just Phoenix in the Cloud, I could have escaped even if I couldn't defeat him. If that's the case, then he must die. Ling Xiao wanted to leave just like that. However, after hearing Xiao Jin's words, he could not let the second sect elder go. With a stomp of his foot, his figure instantly flashed and appeared in front of the second sect elder, seemingly ignoring the distance of tens of meters. The spectator's stand was instantly in chaos. The middle disciples that the second sect elder brought with him all gathered around. There were even some people who didn't know what was good for them and actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, what greeted him was Xiao Jin's sharp claws. The claws tore his arm and pierced his body, killing him instantly. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the second sect elder. Chapter 2757. The second elder's cultivation was not weak, and his battle prowess was not weak either. However, the scene of Ling Xiao killing that middle-aged man was simply too shocking. It made him feel inexplicable fear. Originally, the third elder had been defeated by Ling Xiao, and the second elder was already very afraid of Ling Xiao. Today, the manager of the animal fighting arena, whose cultivation and combat strength were similar to his, was also killed by Ling Xiao. He witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Ling Xiao. He could even feel his heart trembling. Stop him for me! The second elder shouted as he kept retreating. However, there were stairs behind him and he had no way out. He could not understand why things had developed to this point. This was their territory. Originally, he could do whatever he wanted here, and he could do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao had blocked all his escape routes. He could only shout loudly, hoping that the guards of the animal fighting arena would stop Ling Xiao. You're really getting worse and worse. With your cultivation, you don't have to be so timid, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder with disdain. When the guards heard the second elder's shout, they rushed over, trying to buy time for the second elder to escape. However, Xiao Jin, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch blocked their way. The 32 Heavenly Thunder Guards released by Ling Xiao blocked every path to the second elder. Mu Qing, you're crazy. You're the disciple of Deputy Sect Master Xiao. How can you go against Deputy Sect Master Yun? And you, Red Witch, you're the disciple of the First Elder. How can you help him? The guards did not understand what was going on today. Everything had happened and they were a little caught off guard. Bastard, kill them! Kill whoever dares to stop you! What are you waiting for? The second elder shouted sternly. It was ridiculous that he did not know how terrifying Mu Qing was. Mu Qing's strength was much stronger than his. How dare these people offend Mu Qing? Even if Deputy Sect Master Yun came personally, he might not be able to defeat Mu Qing easily. This woman and Yunlan were the two top geniuses of the dragon cult, second only to Chen Tsengxiong. Mu Qing looked at the guards in front of her with disdain, as well as the middle disciples who did not know whether they were dead or alive. She said indifferently, I only know that Ling Xiao is my savior. Whoever wants to harm him, I'll kill them. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very firm and filled with incomparable arrogance. This was the attitude that a powerhouse should have. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that unless he displayed the terrifying strength that he had displayed during his battle with Chen Tsengxiong, he would definitely not be a match for Mu Qing. This woman was a friend and not an enemy. To him, this was definitely an incomparably fortunate thing. As for the second elder's face, his face was completely stiffened, as if he had swallowed a rat. Of course, the guards wouldn't listen to Mu Qing. They still attacked. After all, the second elder was one of the bosses here. Even if they were to die, they would not dare to do nothing. It was a pity that the guards who rushed out first were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin in an instant. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased and his strength had skyrocketed, the Heavenly Thunder Guards would naturally be more powerful. Mu Qing and the Red Witch were his benefactors. He did not want the two girls to bear the infamy of rebelling. Therefore, he let the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin attack first. If he could not stay in the dragon cult, he could leave. However, Mu Qing and the Red Witch could not. Mu Qing and the Red Witch could also see Ling Xiao's good intentions, so they did not act rashly. Anyway, the guards could not break the defense formed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin. The second elder was in complete despair. In his despair, he became furious because there was no way out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His crazy aura burst out. A martial artist at the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 11 in the first rotation was very powerful once he went crazy. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who had broken through to the late stage of Yin-Yang realm. His furious roar came to an abrupt end after a while. Ling Xiao's sword was pressed against his throat. It was so easy. The second elder did not even have a chance to fight back. What a joke! You actually gave me a month to practice the magic dragon's phantom? You really don't take me seriously at all. As for that demon Shadow, he's an idiot. Does he think that if he gives me a month, he can still be my opponent? Ling Xiao sneered. Freak! Freak! The second elder looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The moment he touched the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, he knew Ling Xiao's true cultivation and strength. He was completely different from the Ling Xiao he saw in front of the demonic book hall a few days ago. He was more than 10 times stronger. It's not that we're stupid. It's that you're too freakish. He smiled bitterly. In fact, if it was someone else, even Chen Sangxiong, they might not have improved much in a month. But Ling Xiao, this guy, was beyond common sense. He could not be judged by common sense at all. It was a little too scary. It's too late to realize that now. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. You exposed your true strength so early. Aren't you afraid that Vice Sect Leader Yun will kill you personally? The second elder asked coldly. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, After killing you, I'll leave this place. But don't worry, I'll be back. I'll let Yun and the first elder accompany you in hell. You can't kill me. I'm the second elder, the elder of the dragon cult. If you kill me, even Chen Bai won't be able to protect you. The second elder's confidence was completely gone. That's true, isn't it? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and suddenly smiled. Well, I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see how Vice Sect Leader Yun and the first elder, whom you rely on, will die. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Don't you like to make others your goods? Become this beast arena's beast? I'll fulfill your wish and let you become that thing too. You! What are you trying to do? The second elder sensed that something was wrong with Ling Xiao's words. You'll find out soon enough. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. I thought it was fun before, so I researched a pill that can change a person's appearance. I just haven't used it yet. It just so happens that you'll be my first test subject. No, you can't do that. If you do that to me, you won't be able to leave the beast arena. The second elder shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. If he were to become a beast, it would be more painful than death. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. I beg you, let me go. I won't target you anymore. I can give you everything you want. Chapter 2758. The second elder finally knelt on the ground. In front of everyone, he knelt on the ground. He, who usually valued his face more than anything else, actually knelt before Ling Xiao. Because he was afraid. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, he would be turned into some kind of monster by Ling Xiao and be despised by others. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Shameless people like you who turn around and change your face shamelessly, your words are like farts. If I really believe you, then there's something wrong with my brain, Ling Xiao said coldly. Good boy, eat it. You won't feel any pain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stuffed a pill into the second elder's mouth. Although he didn't feel any pain, the second elder still let out a shrill scream. Because he knew what was going to happen next. As the pill took effect, the second elder's body began to distort and change. In the end, he turned into a pig. A fat, big-eared demonic beast. Looks like it's going to work. Unfortunately, the side effects are too great. Your cultivation seems to be gone. The pill that Ling Xiao made while he was playing around did not meet his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this pill to temporarily enter the state of a monster. While his combat strength would increase, he wouldn't lose his cultivation. But now it seemed that he had to continue his research. Once the research was successful, it could definitely be sold for a lot of money. Humph, humph. The second elder stood there and walked around. The sound that came out of his mouth was like that of a pig. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. He didn't show any sympathy or pity. For this kind of scum, no matter how he dealt with it, it wouldn't be too much. What a scary young man. What a cruel method. I'd rather die than become like that. In the beast arena, countless spectators saw this scene and were all scared witless. They could imagine that a powerful elder who could call the wind and summon the rain had become a pig. A pig with no combat strength at all. This was really too sad. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the second elder. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used Soul Catcher. This was because he wanted to know where Qinbai had gone. I see. Looks like this Qinbai really treats me well. Through the memories of the second elder, Ling Xiao knew the truth of the matter. During the 3 days he was cultivating outside, Phoenix in the Cloud used the spies in the 8 Immortals City to spread a rumor that the 10 terminal formation had been broken and the 8 Immortals City was in danger. Originally, this had nothing to do with Qinbai. However, Qinbai cherished his disciple, Ling Xiao, too much. Therefore, he personally went there, hoping to save as many people as possible. However, he didn't know that this was Phoenix in the Cloud's trap. Phoenix in the Cloud had actually colluded with the Qin Kingdom's royal family and set up an ambush along the way. It was said that the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur had personally taken action to kill Qinbai. I wonder how Master is doing. Ling Xiao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Qinbai treated him so well. He didn't care whether the other party was the demon sect leader or not. He would definitely do his best to save Qinbai. Let's go! Since Ling Xiao already knew the truth of the matter, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Qinbai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He couldn't sit by and do nothing. He would do his best to help as much as he could. The middle-level disciples and guards blocking the way were intimidated by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and made way for him. They could only watch Ling Xiao and the others leave with their heads held high. Ling Xiao was arrogant, overbearing, and condescending. He killed the manager of the bestial battle arena and crippled the second elder. However, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch him leave. Even though Ling Xiao was covered in blood and his injuries weren't light, they still didn't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao's cruel methods and ferocious fighting style made everyone feel incomparably terrified. After leaving the bestial battle arena, Ling Xiao let Mu Qing and the Red Witch leave. I can't implicate you anymore. I'm going to find the sect leader. If I can't find him, then I won't come back. So you can't follow me? Ling Xiao persuaded the two of them. No, you must come back. Don't forget that only you can have the demon dragon sword. Mu Qing shook her head and said, It's true that I can't leave with you. Otherwise, my master will definitely be in danger. But don't worry. As long as I'm alive, Chen Luan and the others will never be bullied again. I only hate that I'm too weak. I'm sorry. The Red Witch also wanted to help, but she knew her limits. She could deal with those guards, but when they were outside, she was basically a burden to Ling Xiao. Don't be sorry. You've already done a lot for me. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then, he said to Xiao Jin, Stay here and stay by the mountain master's side. Don't leave for a moment. I've set up a formation in the Devil Air Hall. As long as you don't come out, it'll take them at least 10 days to half a month to break the formation. I'll be back soon. Just as Mu Qing said, I still haven't gotten the demon dragon sword. Boss, but I want to fight side by side with you. Xiao Jin said. Protect the mountain master well. Don't distract me. That's the greatest help you can give me. Ling Xiao said very seriously. All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and go to the Devil Air Hall. If you're late, I'm afraid that Phoenix in the Cloud will cause trouble. He absolutely believed that once the matter of the bestial battle arena spread, Phoenix in the Cloud and the First Sect Elder would definitely not tolerate such humiliation. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to leave. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Leaving was actually a safer thing to do. After that, he sent Xiao Jin to the Devil Air Hall and then left Demon Dragon City without stopping for a moment. As expected, Phoenix in the Cloud appeared. Unfortunately, facing the formation of the Devil Air Hall, he couldn't break it in a short time. Send out a kill order. All Dragon Cult disciples, hunt down Ling Xiao. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Whoever successfully captures or kills him, I'll make him a sect elder. Anyway, Qinbai wasn't here. Phoenix in the Cloud was the real ruler of the dragon cult. When the kill order was sent out, Ling Xiao was already dozens of miles away from Demon Dragon City. His speed was very fast. While running, he transformed into the beast form of the Jade Rabbit. Although this rabbit didn't increase his current strength at all. In terms of speed, he had an absolute advantage. A day later, he could already feel Qinbai's weak aura. It seems like he's seriously injured. But it's good that he's not dead. Knowing that Qinbai wasn't dead, Ling Xiao was simply too happy. He opened his Tai Chi eye and looked in that direction. That battlefield had already become a complete mess. The Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts at the 11th level of Hell were besieging Qinbai. This battle had already been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. The battle was still undecided. Chapter 2759. Qinbai must have been ambushed, which was why he was injured from the beginning. Moreover, his complexion did not look good, as if he had been poisoned. It was admirable that he could fight for so long even though he was poisoned. I've gone overboard this time, Thunder Emperor, Thunder Severed Elder. Any one of them is enough to make me suffer. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, after the bitter smile, he made up his mind. Ling Xiao would not give up on saving people just because he was afraid. No matter what, he had to save Qinbai. Otherwise, he would be living a failure. Finally, he came to a place 300 to 400 meters away from the battlefield. The two sides of the battle had also discovered him. Qinbai became anxious. The Thunder Emperor and Thunder Severed Elder became happy. Ha ha, I didn't expect that a pair would come after one ambush. The first and second on the abominable list will be eliminated by us today. The Thunder Severed Elder laughed loudly. Although the news of Qin Shengxiong being defeated by Ling Xiao did not spread, he knew about it. Because Qin Shengxiong told the Thunder Emperor himself, and the Thunder Emperor told him. He also said that he must kill Ling Xiao if he found Ling Xiao. You guys go and kill him! The Thunder Severed Elder called out to the experts around him. Until now, he was still unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Qin Shengxiong. Therefore, those experts were both attacking and probing. He really wanted to know how strong Ling Xiao was. Get lost! I don't want you to save me! Qinbai was anxious and shouted loudly. Damn old man, you're too unreasonable. I'm already here to save you. You don't have to do this. Besides, look at you. You're almost dead. If I don't save you, who will? Besides me, you don't have any other close friends in this world. Ling Xiao naturally knew why Qinbai was so angry. Qinbai did not want him to die. Because he felt that even if Qinbai died, he would not have died in vain. But if he died, Qinbai would have nothing left. Stinking brat, whose father are you? Although he was scolding, Qinbai was really touched. Ling Xiao clearly knew that he was surrounded by strong enemies, yet he still dared to come and save him. Just based on this point alone, he felt that he had not accepted this disciple in vain. Master, don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm not here to throw away my life. Hold on for now. I'll go help you after I take care of these trash. Ling Xiao's smile was bright and determined. Even if the enemy was incomparably powerful, even if there was a possibility of death. But dying to save his master was worth it. Moreover, he might not necessarily die. For experts, riding the fierce black tortoise demonic beast, arrived in front of Ling Xiao. They looked down at Ling Xiao from above. Indifference. Disdain. Behind them was Chenbai, who was fighting with his life on the line. Perhaps it was because of Ling Zhao's arrival that Chenbai, who was originally somewhat exhausted, burst out with the potential in his body. He actually once again fought with the Thunder Monarch and the Thunder Reverend. Ling Xiao looked at Chenbai and calculated in his heart. The key to this battle should be master. As long as his body recovers to 70 to 80% of its original strength, he can turn defeat into victory. Therefore, the most important step was to give the detoxification pill and the blood spirit pill to Chenbai as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took out the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Behind him, the blood-red sword martial spirit released a resplendent killing intent. He walked forward and looked coldly at the four experts. "Get out of the way and I won't kill you!" Is he joking? But this joke is not funny at all. A boorish man, who was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong body like a small giant, let out a cold laugh. The four of them were all wearing blue armor. However, they did not wear helmets. It seemed that they did not like the feeling of their heads being covered. The guy who spoke had a small braid on his head. He had dark skin and strange tattoos on his face. One look and one could tell that he was an extremely vicious person. "Ba Lui, he is the person who killed General Purple Thunder. You must not underestimate him," another person reminded. "General Purple Thunder? He, if we were to fight for the position of general, how could he have a share?" Ba Lui sneered disdainfully. Then, he jumped down from the black tortoise and walked towards Ling Xiao. "Kid, I'm afraid you don't know who we are, right? If the four of us were in Thunder City at that time, you definitely wouldn't have had the chance to run amok." Ba Lui looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. He seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao, but at the same time, he hated him so much that his teeth itched. "Are you an idiot? How would I know about a bunch of nobodies like you?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he continued walking forward. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to Chenbai. "You dare to scold us?" Ba Lui roared like a wild beast. He said angrily, "You will soon know how stupid it is to scold us. The Chen nation has the Heavenly Thunder Legion. However, the elites of the Heavenly Thunder Legion are known as the Divine Thunder Guards. We are the most elite genius experts of the various great clans. We are the strongest group of people in the Chen nation. You should be proud that you are lucky enough to have us deal with you. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. Also, let me tell you something interesting. Only the weakest of the Divine Thunder Guards will be appointed as the commander of the Heavenly Thunder Legion. Therefore, killing General Purple Thunder is actually not a big deal. Damn, the Chen nation's royal family indeed has deep foundations. No wonder they were able to dominate this continent for so many years without being destroyed. I underestimated them in the past." Although Ling Zhao's expression was still full of disdain, he was actually quite surprised. The Chen nation actually had existences like the Divine Thunder Guards. In addition to the 5 old ancestors, if the dragon cult lost Chenbai, it would really be destroyed. That idiot phoenix in the cloud actually poisoned Chenbai? Did this idiot know the consequences of Chenbai's death? Divine Thunder Guards? I've never heard of them. Are they a group of people who only know how to boast? Ling Xiao continued to provoke the other party. When one was angry, it was very difficult to think calmly. In this way, he would have a chance to achieve his goal. You are really too annoying. You caused a ruckus in Thunder City. You destroyed the 3 great clans of the Chen nation. What a good thing you did. Today, I will let you suffer the most painful attack and then die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart. Bari's weapon was a huge spiked club. This spiked club was also a divine-grade spiritual artifact. However, compared to Ling Zhao's Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it was naturally much weaker. However, at this cultivation level, a divine-grade spiritual artifact was already considered an excellent weapon. After all, martial artists who possessed Emperor artifacts were only a minority of the minority. After taking out his weapon, Bari also released his martial soul. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he still released his powerful martial soul after being reminded by his companions. His martial soul was a tool martial soul, a spiked club. Chapter 2760. Roar! Buri let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were wide open. Then, he bent his legs and his muscles suddenly expanded. In the end, his entire body seemed to have catapulted into the air, soaring more than 10 meters into the air. He waved his mace with both hands and smashed it down like a mountain. There was the sound of wind and thunder in the air. An opportunity! At this moment, the other three people's eyes were on Buri. They wanted to see how Buri would smash the young man in front of them. On the other side, the Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and the others were all focused on Chinbai. They didn't know if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, but Chinbai's current mental state seemed to be even better than the first day. He had already killed many of their experts. They didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. Demonic Dragon Phantom. This was Ling Xiao's first time using the Demonic Dragon Phantom. From Buri's point of view, Ling Xiao had disappeared before his eyes in an instant. When he looked for this person again, he found that Ling Xiao had appeared behind the four of them. He appeared closest to Chenbai. Master, catch! They were only 3 meters away. Ling Xiao flicked 2 pills. Chenbai didn't catch them with his hands. Instead, he opened his mouth and let the pills enter. Ha ha, well done! Chenbai was already prepared to die. But before he died, he wanted to help Ling Xiao escape. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The blood spirit pill and the detoxification pill worked at the same time. Chenbai was very shocked. The blood spirit pill was a precious pill that couldn't be bought in the Qin nation. He didn't know how Ling Xiao got his hands on it, but the effect of the pill really made him very excited. In just a moment, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. Even the physical strength and internal strength he had consumed had recovered. His combat strength had reached 60 to 70% of his peak. And he was still recovering. What a bunch of idiots! Why can't you even stop Ling Xiao? Seeing this, the Thunder Seigneur didn't know what Ling Xiao had given Chenbai, but he believed that it wasn't something ordinary. Just looking at Chenbai's aura gradually becoming stronger, it was obvious that it was something special. Damn you, I'll kill you! Baruch was furious. Ling Xiao actually delivered the medicinal pill to Chenbai right under his nose. He felt that this was looking down on him and mocking him. Furious, he jumped back onto the black tortoise and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body shot out. However, this time, he was attacking together with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and thrust out his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The poor black tortoise's body was pierced by the sword and fell to the ground. It rolled a few times before finally falling to the ground, no longer breathing. However, Ling Xiao wasn't happy because of this. Because Baruch's attack had arrived. He waved the Blood Thunder Emperor's sword in his hand to block it. The moment the long sword and the mace collided, the sound of wind and thunder roared and sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force came from the mace, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Ling Zhao's legs sank into the ground. He felt a burning sensation coming from the web between his thumb and index finger. Damn it, such great strength! Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He lifted his head and looked at Buri, who was still suppressing him. Baruch's cultivation was indeed stronger than General Purple Thunder's. However, he was only at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 11 in the first rotation, and only had 10% of his strength. However, this guy was born with great strength and was really hard to deal with. Because he had just killed the black tortoise, he didn't have time to circulate his strength. Therefore, he was naturally at a disadvantage. In addition, the ground under his feet was soft, so his legs sank into the ground. However, Baruch obviously didn't know this. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was simply inferior to him. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow! Baruch had already landed on the ground, but the muscles in his legs were still tense. The huge mace was still pressing down on Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword, and he kept letting the Blood Thunder Emperor sword get closer to Ling Xiao's face. If this continued, Ling Xiao would probably be killed by his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Baruch looked down at Ling Xiao with disdain. His face and eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. "Idiot! You couldn't kill me in one blow, so you lost your chance." Following Ling Xiao's words, Baruch was horrified to find that the Blood Thunder Emperor sword suddenly released a terrifying force that even he couldn't resist. Bang! Although Baruch wanted to continue suppressing, his mace was still sent flying. Ling Xiao's strength had actually surpassed his. Baruch felt that something was wrong. When he was about to retreat, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was one of the 8 immortal swords, which directly pierced towards Baruch's throat. Fast. Too fast. As fast as lightning. In addition, Baruch's mace had just been sent flying. His body was also leaning backward, so his legs couldn't exert any strength. The only thing he could do was to block with his arms in front of his body to protect his vital parts. Unfortunately, the sharp blade actually passed through the gap between his arms and pierced his throat. In that instant, Baruch's movements became stiff. His arms were still in a defensive posture. Ling Xiao had already pulled out the long sword that pierced Baruch's throat and stood proudly on the ground. Blood was still dripping from the 8 immortal swords. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills. He completely relied on his body's reaction. Taking advantage of that idiot Baruch thinking that he was suppressing him, he counterattacked and killed Baruch with the sword. Baruch's defeat was due to his overconfidence in his own strength. The moment his strength was suppressed by Ling Xiao, he was completely disoriented. "No! I can't accept this! I can't accept this!" At the end of Baruch's life, he left behind an unreconciled roar. Of course, he couldn't accept this. In terms of true strength, he might not lose to Ling Xiao by much. But the problem was that he was too stupid and too careless. Ling Xiao used this sword to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, even if he understood why he would die, it was already too late. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Death was the end. As long as a person was alive, there was still the possibility of a reversal. But once a person died, there was nothing left. "Baruch!" The remaining 3 people almost exploded with terrifying roars at the same time. Their eyes were bone-chillingly cold, and even carried a bit of madness. Baruch was their teammate. The 4 of them formed a small team, causing countless enemies of the Qin state to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. They had never failed. But today, Baruch had been killed by a young man. "You bastard, you actually killed Baruch!" The leader's voice carried a bit of madness, and of course, a trace of fear. He was well aware of Baruch's strength. Chapter 2761. "So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it?" Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them with contempt and said, "You want to kill me, so I'll naturally kill you too. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. Damn it!" The captain let out a low roar. From the looks of it, he really wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. But he didn't plan to be impulsive like Ba Lui. He glanced at the other 2 and said, "Let's do it together." "Yes." The other 2 nodded their heads. Ling Xiao easily killed Ba Lui, which gave them a very terrifying feeling. If the 3 of them didn't join forces, they really didn't know if they could win. 3 people, 3 Xian turtle beasts. 3 directions. When they released their auras at the same time, the powerful momentum almost made Ling Xiao breathless. They were all at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. And each of them was stronger than Ba Lui. The captain had 30% energy level. The other 2 had 20% energy level. The Divine Thunder Guards are indeed worthy of being called the Divine Thunder Guards. Fortunately, these 4 people didn't make a move at that time. Otherwise, I might not have survived in Thunder City. Although they were enemies, Ling Xiao had to admit that they were stronger than he imagined. He took a deep breath. He put away the 8 immortal swords and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword appeared in his right and left hands at the same time. As mortal Great Emperor weapons, the power of these two swords was naturally more terrifying than the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. At the same time, he entered the beast soul transformation state of the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon. After absorbing the power of the Earth Dragon beast in the Colosseum, the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon's beast soul grade increased. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. The moment the transformation was completed, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had skyrocketed. 3 pieces of trash. If it was a few days ago, you might be able to make me afraid. But today, you can only come to die. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword erupted with terrifying sword chi. He opened his Tai Chi eye and accurately captured everything around him. Even the flow of air and the types of elements were clearly grasped by him. This way, he would be able to perfectly display his martial skills. Although he looked down on the other party verbally. However, facing these 3 people, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Strategically looking down on the enemy, tactically valuing the enemy, this was the battle strategy that Ling Xiao had always followed. A strong fighting spirit gushed out of his body. A terrifying killing intent gushed out from his 2 swords. Not only did he have a sword martial spirit, but he also had a sword martial spirit behind him. There were even 2 more illusory figures. On one side was the pitch-black sword demon, on the other was the powerful Black Immortal. Ling Xiao's shadow sword demon had been upgraded to the transformative realm through continuous battles. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. As for the advent of the Black Deity, after so many cruel battles, it had already reached the great perfection stage. Its power was much stronger than the dark sword demon of the transcendent stage. When these 2 moves were executed by 2 common Great Emperor weapons, their might was even more terrifying. At that moment, the surrounding black gas lingered, and the earth seemed to tremble. Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands, looking like a god of death. Even when facing 3 first transformation yin-yang realm level 11 martial artists, he was still full of confidence. The path of martial arts was to overcome all difficulties and always maintain confidence. Without confidence, inner demons would form, and one would lose determination and willpower. Confidence was something that could never be lacking, even when facing an enemy several times stronger than oneself. In a situation where there was no way to retreat, one had to maintain absolute confidence and fighting spirit. Fight against the heavens. Fight against the earth. Fight against a tragic fate. Don't believe in fate. Don't believe in evil. Even if one knew that one would die, one would still maintain confidence. Only then could there be a miracle, or even a miracle. In the end, one would become a truly powerful martial artist. One that could dominate the entire mystic world. His powerful fighting spirit had already made his opponents tremble. When facing an evil beast, if you were strong, it would be weak. If you were fearless, it would be fearful. Originally, the 3 of them had a trace of fear and wariness towards Ling Xiao. Now, facing Ling Xiao's strong confidence, they were filled with the will to win. This trace of fear had already started to take root and grow stronger. They knew that they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if this continued, they might all be defeated before the battle even started. Go! The captain roared. The 3 of them suddenly jumped up from the black tortoise and pounced towards Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to use the battle to alleviate the fear in their hearts. They wanted to use the battle to resist Ling Xiao's will to win. Facing the attacks of the 3, Ling Xiao did not retreat, nor did he run away. On the 2 swords, the sword moves had already been condensed. He stepped forward and displayed the demonic dragon phantom again. His figure floated and instantly disappeared in front of the 3 of them. However, that powerful and vast fighting spirit still permeated the entire space. Not good! The 3 of them suddenly realized that they had overlooked Ling Xiao's movement technique. They did not know what level this strange movement technique was at. It was actually so terrifying. When it was displayed, They could not even see it. Don't panic. No matter how powerful the movement technique is, the moment you attack, you will definitely expose yourself. Look for the opportunity. The captain was indeed the captain. At this time, he could still maintain a little bit of calmness. Even so, the three of them still felt a great threat. It was as if they were being stared at by a beast hiding in the dark. That kind of feeling made their hair stand on end. Shadow Sword Demon! Advent of the Black Immortal! Suddenly, Ling Zhao's figure was exposed. At the same time, the insufferably powerful sword intent was also released. The moment he appeared, blood flew in the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Easy for you to say. Block my ass! A sorrowful and angry roar came from the mouth of a divine thunder guard. Then, he lost all signs of life and his body was thrown 4 or 5 meters away. Captain, run! The other divine thunder guard could only let out a terrifying cry before his body was split into 2 halves. The 2 of them died under Ling Zhao's 2 swords almost at the same time. You're the only one left! Ling Zhao turned his head and looked at the trembling captain with a sinister smile. He had already said that as long as it was a martial artist below the 12th level of hell, he would not be afraid. Moreover, mastering the demonic dragon's phantom gave him an absolute advantage. Although the demonic dragon's phantom was not as fast as the vertical golden light technique, it was more concealed and could be used repeatedly. It was really good to be able to learn the demonic dragon's phantom so early. On the other side, Qin Bai also noticed this during the battle. He could not help but feel surprised. This kid is really a freak. Others can't master the movement technique in more than a month, but he only used a few days to master it. Moreover, it seems that the demonic dragon's phantom movement technique is about to advance to the proficient level. What a terrifying talent! You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.